going to be a fun night, isn't it? I think it's going to be a fun night. Do you think it could be a fun night? I don't. I actually think this is going to be a really tiring fucking night, to say the least. Like, I think it's going to be fucking really tiring. It's going to be so fucking tiring. It's going to be so tiring. Hello, everyone. I'm Brooks. How you doing? The setup tonight is just continuing basically last night. For those of you who maybe ran into me last night or joined in on YouTube for the first time, Brooks, I do Anti-Oedipus readings every week and have been for multiple years for the Quarantine Collective, which is a group of us who got together during the quarantine to read Anti-Oedipus. Literally the point of the group. Since then, we now have dozens of readings. We have a lot of frustration when people come to us because we spend a lot of time talking about Deleuze, trying to answer people's questions about Deleuze, and very much explaining Deleuze without dumbing it down. But the challenge becomes, people come to us, and they've already sort of filled their head with a lot of stuff that they've Googled. And whether it's a mishmash of AI these days, or not artificially intelligent people before, the way that all of this functions and the way this has worked for people is it's sad and it's frustrating. And one of the reasons this happens is because you have a lot of people who have arrogance when they go to read it, like these two gentlemen here. Yesterday, we went through basically the first half of the book. They don't really understand the book at all. They don't understand Deleuze. They don't understand Anti-Oedipus. And it was clear they were trying to engage with it. Well, one of them was, but they also are deeply transphobic, racist pieces of shit. So this video goes out, thousands of views. All it takes is a handful of people to see it and then go, oh, Deleuze only wants us to be transsexual schizophrenics to destroy everything, which none of that's in Anti-Oedipus. None of that's in the fucking book. So it's a lot of stuff like that. So I bid you welcome. If you like what you see, which you won't, I know, it's fine. Support the stream, give a subscription, give a hi, give a membership, give a super chat, all that fun shit. Ideally, join the Discord. Join in with the conversation. That's the best way. As I like to say, it's easily the best way to sort of always, always, always support us. Because actually being part of it is probably the most important thing you can do yourself. Beyond that, Patreon is another great way. It's more I can do this full time and not have to stress, the better off we all are. But with that being said, off we go to listen to 2.5 hours this time of really what's going to be the worst part of this, which is Chapter 3 and 4 of Anti-Oedipus being analyzed by reactionaries. Let me know if it's not loud enough or is loud enough. Let me know if I'm crackling. All that fun stuff. But there we go. That's their intro, not me.
All right. How's everyone doing tonight? We got a lot of people filing in right now. That's our new intro. How you feeling about that intro, Brood?
It terrible. Feels exactly what the show should cover, which is that it is two retards asking the same question every couple of weeks. Do you even read?
And we're doing a bad advertisement for reading because I think one of my favorite...
Technically not ableism for them.
Ones is the first one we ever did, but we've made a habit of only reading books that at best break people's minds, at worst confuse and frustrate them. And this book in question, which is part 2 of what we're going to be talking about, Anti-Oedipus. I think we were pretty clear on it last time. There's a lot of questions, but this one's going to tie a lot of them together and leave you with even more questions, is my belief. What do you think about that? I'm kind of jumping into it right now.
And again, the Quarantine Collective, we exist. There's a ton of great podcasts, great people who've done work on this, great blogs. They did not spend time researching this. They did a handful of Reddit searches and went to, and I can tell you as an ex-mod of the Deleuze subreddit, Reddit sucks for most of this. So, but just a handful of searches. That's all they did last time.
We could do a bit of a preamble. There's a lot going on in America these days, and people could be anywhere else in the world. They could be watching any stream, any take, but you're here with us.
you're here with us. And, Capitalissimo likes to say that intro is really insensitive to the illiterate, but what can they do? It's not like they can read the title of the stream anyway. So it's all right. We're here for a good time and a good evening. We're here to go through a book that will answer, as Dimes has just said. We're going to answer your questions from the first stream, but we're going to leave you with a lot more at the end, because that's what we like to do. And I think that it's perfectly fitting that this show is called Do You Even Read? Because when you had messaged me the other week, you had said, oh, the new episode of Dyer is up. And I was like, you know what? That's really fitting for this show, because not only are we going to dive into some esoteric texts, but just like Jay Dyer, we're going to get angry and we're going to leave you with more questions than answers. So I hope you're strapped in for a good time.
And guess what? We're not going to be rapping. We're not going to be doing a Jay Dyer type.
Good point here. He says this book is more confusing than your sexuality, Dimes, and he says homo cure sticker for the Good Suffer store.
Their fucking banter's awful.
It's not dead. It's like punk rock. It's never dead.
Are you
over? It's over. It's over.
Once you hit 30,
I miss all the spooky, scary skeleton memes.
We still love you though. We can end up talking about high school all day. So
we discussed desiring production and what does it mean to be in a production society, well as a body without organs.
So desiring machines and the body without organs, which is almost like the schematic for this whole thing. But what we didn't talk about,
not far off,
was Oedipus, and what we didn't talk about was how capitalism fits in all this. And Prude very intelligently said we should probably start with that. Now I've got both copies of the book pulled up here because we both use different reference copies, so I can pull those up on the screen right now. Let me just,
if you could pull up the one I sent you, because that's the one I've got in front of me, and I'm on page 240, which is 133 on the PDF, good sir. So see, there we go. We've got our Dimes is our very own Jamie. We've got it all set and going.
Here we go. Now some people might not be able to read this. I'm going to zoom
They're
in
jumping
as
straight.
best I can.
They're jumping straight to the chapter 3, last section of chapter 3. So, for those of you not familiar with Anti-Oedipus, the order of the book goes. The first chapter, it's made of sections, chapters and sections. The book has 4 parts, okay? In the French edition, they don't really name them anything. They have 1, 2, 3, and 4. They don't really have subsections. They're just broken up. The first bit is them laying out a materialist psychiatry, their vision for one. They're not really doing critiques at this point. Their critiques are there, but it's not about the critique. It's really about laying things out in a way that utilizes some of the old language and brings it sort of forward and uses it. Then chapter 2, the second part of the book, is where the critiques come in. It's where paralogisms are introduced. It's where psychoanalysis is fully critiqued and the anti-psychiatry movement comes full circle and everything they're doing really becomes pointed. With the turn into chapter 3, which is a universal history, which is particularly looking at history from the lens of capitalism through desire. They are very specific about it. They're not writing a totalizing history. They're writing a universal history for desire within capitalism. And they do this by beginning with why they're doing it, how this sort of history, a universal history works through Marx, other things, then into the 3 socius. And each socius has multiple parts that they discuss. They open with a discussion on each one, how it exists in terms of production. Then they move into its representational aspects, how communication happens, how value is judged, how meaning exchange sort of happens. And then there's other little bits that are sort of thrown in throughout that as they build their way towards capitalist representation, this is genuinely one of the more complicated, this is the most complicated section in the book, I would argue. The focus really at this point is no longer trying to argue about the despotic regime or the earth socius, but specifically in capitalism. And I'm going to say some things here that'll kind of put a fine point on it, and I'm not going to explain them. Semiotics through Hjelmslev as a thing that sort of sidesteps traditional semiotics in general and linguistics to give us a very, very specific way that representation operates in capitalism. That shouldn't make sense to you if you don't know it. That's fine. It shouldn't. This is hyper advanced. You're talking about the very end of the book. This is it. After this, they go into ideas about what we can do and how schizoanalysis may work in practice, specifically in terms of like a psychoanalytic corollary. But this is it. This is everything comes together in this paragraph, in this section. So to jump right to it and not go through all the other parts, I think is telling. I think it's telling.
It's a pretty dense book, but just try and follow along. So we're going to start with capitalism because, even when I was reading it, it's easy to miss the capitalist parts and get drawn into all the psychiatry parts. Because as we said in the first one, this entire worldview really grows from psychiatry, even though it's kind of critiquing psychiatry. It lives within the psychiatric framework and it can never remove itself from that. However, now we're going to get a bit economical.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's really important when reading this book that this is throwing Marx and Freud into a blender and then trying to come up with their criticisms from a continental but also a post-structuralist perspective. And if you're not acknowledging
continental is a meaningless term, and post-structuralist is what stupid people call Deleuze.
That, then you're missing out. But the spine's closed. I guess it's got CNS AIDS. I have to laugh as a slight aside before we go into this. That I still think it's funny as hell. A few weeks ago, the Urbanomics, the guys that published Thomas Moynihan's books, they had added my Twitter account and linked our very first episode of Do You Even Read, which covered spinal catastrophism. And they were like, Mr. Prudentialist covers it here. And I'm like, I'm the last person you people ever want covering your books. And I said, and you said it so perfectly when we first started doing the show, that we are the righties are the only one reading your shit. We're the only ones reading your books. I hate to break it to you. To all you lovely anarcho-kitties, to all you post-structuralists out there, it's those awful chuds. We're the only ones reading your stuff.
Well, also, just to build...
That's just an amazing amount of self-delusion. That's first off, it's clear you guys didn't really read these books. So let's be fair. Like, you're not really reading the books. You're reading through the books, but you're not reading the books. But secondly, no, there's just not a lot of chuds reading Deleuze or spinal catastrophism and complex biotheory about biopower that follows on from Foucault. And what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck? I have to say, for those of you who don't know, the Continental, this is all I can think whenever someone calls Deleuze. It's an old SNL sketch with Christopher Walken. It's all I can think. The Continental philosophy.
The sun is set. The star.
It's all I can think.
Normally,
it's all Christopher Walken basically trying to date rape you. That's the entire sketch. It's all I can think whenever someone says Continental, every single fucking time. It's because it's a Continental philosophy is called this because it's trying to create a line or a gap between that and analytic philosophy, which is also kind of a weird there's hyper analytic. Like I could call out a handful of people who do like analytic philosophy, but it's not like Continental philosophy isn't analytical. It's not like there's like this line. Critical theory is theory that it critiques. I don't know of a lot of theory that doesn't offer critiques. It would be the driest fucking theory that exists on the planet. I mean, even Bertrand Russell had critiques. I don't think I would call him continental theory, and I don't think I'd call him critical theory. Just very, very stupid.
Build on that, if you don't mind. I had a question from a guy named Mark Trouble from our community. he'd asked the question, he said, where does all this talk of Deleuze come from? It seems like over the past 5 or so years, I'm hearing a lot about him. He hadn't read him, but he just heard him in the zeitgeist. And in my opinion, it was the popularity of Slavoj Žižek. Because with Zizek, as I think is the only culturally relevant intellectual from the left. And I mean like full admitted hard left, calls himself a communist, calls himself a Stalinist. But he's the guy that people actually think is like a celebrity. And with Zizek, he brings along all that Deleuze and all that Jacques Lacan and all that stuff. So to me, that's...
For those not laughing, Zizek does not bring along Deleuze. That is not a sentence anyone would say. Ever. Jacques Lacan? Yes. He's a Lacanian psychoanalyst. And I believe he's literally certified. I believe he could practice if he wanted to. This is what he teaches. His books on Lacan are like big. His book on Deleuze, that's, in my opinion, so poor I'm not even sure he actually has read Deleuze, is excoriating. He hates it. He's very clear. Like, oh, I like Deleuze, but this is shit, and whatever. I'm gonna go do coke. Like that's his thing. Whatever. But he's not bringing along Deleuze. Like, that's again. You'll hear me say this a lot. I said it a lot last night. The thing about fascists and reactionaries is you could see if they were intellectually curious. They would read this book and they would be reading it through the lens of why are Democrats and liberals seeking their own repression? From their perspective, this is what is happening to the left. Why does the left want to be in this weird gender tyranny, woke tyranny, all that stuff? If they were intellectually serious, they would be consistent with that. Because this is what happens on the left with the right. You see a lot of people, why is it? Let's figure it out. Let's talk about why does this happen? They don't give a shit because they don't care. They're not intellectually curious. And that sort of opens the lie of really where they're at. Primarily, they're about icky and I don't like it. And so they emotionally and affectively immediately react. Again, built on resentment. That's their thing.
That's how it got so popular. Yeah, just building on that. But I don't think, and I'm not trying to sound dismissive when I say this, I don't think most people on the left have ever read either of these things or even read Zizek. And they'd be proud of that, right? We covered one Zizek book on my show, Blood Satellite, a while ago, but it wouldn't surprise me most people hadn't read it. And just to your point you're making, I think it's only guys like us
Which
who
book?
are not only reading these, but...
Which book? Zizek has so many books. Less Than Nothing, most people have not read Less Than Nothing. And those of us who have read Less Than Nothing, most people didn't make it through Less Than Nothing. There were people who did. We had a reading of it on our server, and a partner server. Not for me. So he's kind of right, but he's also wrong.
Seriously reading it and trying to not just pick it apart and be a James Lindsay about it and just say, hey, look at this kooky nonsense. Or like I remember
That's what you're doing.
What If Alt Hist, who's a pretty popular account, like he famously was like reading Hegel and he's like, I had to give up because it was just factually incorrect. I'm like, okay, if you're just saying Hegel is stupid, you're not taking it seriously, right? Or if you're saying he gets the facts wrong, like, no, that means you haven't allowed yourself to actually get inside of it. So I think really it's only freaks like us who are doing this.
Well, with that being said, I think it's a good time to finally get into it. We'll just go right down into it, and we'll just start from the top here. Because like I just told Dimes before we went live, I said it'd be really a dick move of us not to talk about capitalism when the subtitle of this book is called Capitalism and Schizophrenia. So we'll just start from the top. Writing has never been capitalism's thing. Capitalism is profoundly...
Just going to read the fucking chapter. Just going to fucking read the chapter. Like, so... don't do this. Don't ever pick up a complicated philosophy book and just read a part of it, especially towards 3/4 to almost, 5/6 of the way towards the end of the book, and just act like this makes sense unto itself. It might be that the people who are writing a book write it in an order intentionally, as if they're going to talk about writing and capitalism here, but do it against a comparison of, say, despotic or prehistorical tribes that would come before this, and how writing changes, how graphism is different than writing, how the written word of the despot doesn't make it into capitalism, not in the same way. And again, I'm not going to explain Yomslevian semiotics. It's probably one of the most complex linguistic theories I've come across, but I'm also smitten by it. It's in process for me. This is not an easy thing, and it's been years. I think I bought my first copy of Resume with a Theory of Language maybe 2 or 3 weeks after the QC started. And I read it, devoured it. It utilizes a lot of like mathematical symbolic logic, the way that it breaks things down. But I cannot give a summary of it. They do a very nice job of it, I think, in this section that they're reading the part of. But what's happening here is they're reading zero context, something that's incredibly complex. So, good job.
Death of writing is like the death of God or the death of the Father. The thing was settled a long time ago, although the news of the event is slow to reach us, and there survives in us the memory of extinct signs in which we still write. The reason for this is simple. Writing implies a use of language in general according to a graphism which becomes aligned on the voice, but also overcodes it and includes a fictitious voice from on high that functions as a signifier. The arbitrary nature of the thing designated, the subordination of the consecutive...
I'm just going to be pausing and explaining so that way people can understand what they're saying and then join in and laugh about how off they are. Graphism, which is the prehistorical pre-writing, it's like etching into things, but graphism is different. Graphism, the symbols don't work like they do for us. Think of it closer to how a meme works as an image versus how writing works. It's not aligned on a voice. It doesn't mean any words particularly. In fact, the use of graphism, an etching, a drawing, a tattoo, these things tend to be deeply contextual, and it's almost as if the etching itself, like let's say it's a gourd, it's almost as if the gourd itself changed depending on who's seeing it when and from what angle. The gourds in some tribes, that's an example they use, tended to mean fertile women. A woman was fertile, but the type of gourd meant assigned to or married to a certain man or part of a certain part of the tribe. This setup changed. It didn't mean exactly that. It's graphism. It's symbols. They kind of were contingent and complicated, to say the least. We also had spoken words. We had vocal stories, oral histories were very, very big amongst prehistorical tribes. This is where we get a lot of those, massive, huge old stories before writing. But at the same time, there's this shift that happens because these prehistorical tribes, writing and speech, they don't go together. These symbols don't mean a thing. It's not the letter A. It's a symbol for sort of water, but drinkable water. It's like complicated. When there's enough people that it requires people to control water, because water needs to be delivered. There's a great book on it called Oriental Despotism by Wittfogel, which they cite. When I say contingent, let's say you're on a Discord server, my Discord server, the QC. And let's also say you're on 4chan. Seeing the same symbol, like the same image posted by people in each one of those, and seeing the usernames of them, when you see that constellation of things, the meaning of that meme is completely different to you. This means this is contingency. It's contingent on other things being in very particular places to have that meaning. There's a contingency to it. It sort of escapes and is brought into the moment and then falls back out. So when we talk about contingency, we're talking about sort of breaks in. Versus if I say the word dog, D-O-G, dog, everyone knows what dog means because it's actually not contingent. it's kind of this really top-down, God says this is what a dog is. This happens because at some point where we have enough people that requires water management, because everyone needs fucking water. We need water to clean ourselves. We need water to drink, to cook with, to grow crops, to do a whole bunch of shit. All of these things require a decent amount of water per person. If we have 1,000 people, we might be able to pull enough from a local river. When we have 10,000 people, we've got to have someone manage aqueducts and other things, which means it's a little bit more complicated than just a bunch of people walking to the water and bringing it back if they need it. This necessitates a different type of thing. This necessitates someone who's able to give orders. Even if it's not orders, it doesn't even have to be that harsh. It requires the ability to be managed. How do you manage people if things are contingent? You can't really. So symbols begin to be created that are water. Symbols begin to be created that are loading, unloading, building, carving, all sorts of things that are particular, and these symbols become a little hardened. And what happens is the carving of those things, at the same time as there are slave classes who are learning about said language, has a really weird interaction. Because instead of having this sort of contingent tattoo or whatever, instead, and they give a couple examples, but it's the one I like the most, there's a sign that says water, and it's got the Sumerian letter for water. So like an A weird thing, Greek shit, a bunch of weird old languages. But that symbol is kind of complicated, but not to the other guy. He goes, "What's that?" And the Sumerian goes, "That's water." So now that symbol means water. Someone in power, someone in control said that means water. It means water forever. And now you have the voice, which normally is separate from graphism, aligned on it. And it may seem, well, like that means that the voice controls writing or writing controls the voice. There's a weird interaction instead that happens where when I have written words, I actually almost have the voice of God that I'm hearing. If you read aloud, if you read to yourself, whatever it is, who's reading these things? How is it being read? Who's doing that? A big part of every sentence that exists, every proposition, is manifestation. It's who is saying it. And so the disembodied voice is now attached to words, and particular words and sets of words. And these words can be delivered elsewhere. They can be written on scrolls, and I can take your words and go to the next village, and I can lay them out and go, well, this is what Ben wants. Ben wants this shit. Ben's in charge. And everyone looks at those, and now their job is to figure out what Ben wanted, to learn the symbols, to learn the meaning that Ben has. Not a contingent meaning, Ben's meaning, the despot's meaning, the king's meaning. That's all that matters. This is the written word that they're speaking of here. And writing is an interesting thing in capitalism. Capitalism, as they say, really has never been about writing. Notes, tiny little notes, little bits, but it's really about the deconstruction of writing, the deconstruction of all of these things. August asks, is this working from Derrida? It's not far off from, I think, Derrida's idea of difference. The challenge is that Derrida really stuck in the language place. We're talking about desire, and from desire going up. With capitalism, because of how it operates, it breaks down meaning. And this, again, core Marx, core everything else, you sort of have this really weird interaction again. Meaning becomes very fucked up. What is a man? What is a woman? In the last, I'd say, few years is a great example of this. When I was growing up, this was not a conversation. There was not a debate. There was not a discussion. The meaning was known. It's not really known anymore. This is a thing that happens because of how capitalism operates. And this is what they open. Capitalist representation works differently than under the despot. There isn't someone on high saying what things mean. It changes how writing works. There you go. That's the best I got, I think. That's the best I got to go. We'll do more. We're only halfway through the first paragraph they're reading.
the subordination of the signified, the transcendence of the despotic signifier, and finally its consecutive decomposition into minimal elements within a field of evidence that writing belongs to imperial despotic representation. There's already a...
Again, I keep having this problem as they're reading the wrong words. And they're not reading the wrong words and like slightly off. He just said, for example,
field of evidence that...
Field of evidence. No, field of imminence uncovered by the withdrawal of the despot. Evidence is on the next line. I have sympathy to people who have various types of dyslexia. I'm doing mostly okay. I'm not as bad as some. I had a friend growing up who was severely dyslexic, and it was awful. I have empathy for that to a point. When people are as arrogant and mean-spirited as these guys, I wonder, is this a thing because this is how you get to the position that you're in when you have so much resentment built up over time because you simply can't engage with things the same way as others because someone never spent time with you to show you, oh, you actually have this, this disability, this, whatever you want to call it, this non-normative way of reading. No one ever sat with you and had you read or showed you, and you made up for it by doing your best, but things don't make sense because you're getting words out of order. Your frustration grows. Your resentment grows. The reactionary side of people grows. And that's just one part of a thing that would do. It would be across the board for children. It's a very difficult time to grow up this way in the last 40 years, really. I mean, forever, but I'm talking about my lifetime. It's not exactly a, bag of treats. So I have empathy for that, but it's happening so much in this reading that it's kind of hard for me not to point it out because there are reasons people are where they are. Material conditions of everyone, right?
Writing belongs to imperial despotic representation. There's already a lot in there. And I'm immediately thinking about Harold Innis and communication. And the way in which empires have a certain form of communication, which is, time-based, constantly repeating.
Yeah, and that's something that came up in my mind as I was reading this as well. Like we had said previously, you're going to find a lot of good stuff buried in here, a lot of interesting starting points, and maybe some descriptions of capitalism that actually do track and make sense.
Yeah, we're going to get into that in a little more in just a second here. But also, we're going to get into one of our favorite people to talk about in just a second. Once this is said, what is exactly meant when someone announces the collapse of the, quote, Gutenberg galaxy? Of course, capitalism has made and continues to make use of writing. Not only is writing adapted to money as the general equivalent, but specific functions of money in capitalism went by the way of writing and printing, and in some measure continue to do so. The fact nonetheless remains that writing typically plays a role in an archaism in capitalism, as the Gutenberg press being the element that confers on the archaism a current function. But the capitalist use of language is different in nature. It is realized or becomes concrete within the field of immanence peculiar to capitalism itself, with the appearance of the technical means of expression that correspond to the generalized decoding of flows, instead of still referring in a direct or indirect form to despotic overcoding. This seems to us to be the significance of Mcluhan's analysis, to have shown what a language of decoded flows.
Just fucking the next. I like that caption. This is going to make me age a lot faster than I already was.
Is as opposed to a signifier.
He brought up, and I'm not crazy familiar with Harold Innis, but I know enough to know he's crap. And so anyone here, by the way, if you have a great version or a way to advocate for a guy who basically took Mcluhan's idea of media as the message and retroactively applied it and oversimplified the entirety of imperial history, you're free to do so. I'd love to see it in the QC. But he sucks. He's just shit researcher and basically westernized reactionary. So trying to figure out what the fuck. This is not Ennis and referring to Ennis at all in any way.
Fire that strangles and overcodes the flows. In the first place, for non-signifying language, anything will do, whether it be phonic, graphic, gestural, etc. No flow is privileged in this language, which remains indifference to its substance or support, inasmuch as the latter is an amorphous continuum. The electric flow can be considered as the realization of such a flow that is indeterminate.
Electric flow. I'm not going to do the flow flux thing, just letting everyone know I usually do a flow flux thing, so.
Permanent as such.
Who was the person who misinterpreted medium as a message? Okay, so Harold Ennis was this, I mean, I don't know how else to talk about him, a fairly reactionary historian who basically said that there was, in Egypt, this is the one I remember, in Egypt, there was basically two types of time manipulation that was done by leadership, that you had space binding materials that are about centralizing conversations. So like scrolls, papyrus, papers you would deliver to someone else. And then you had time binding materials that bound multiple epochs is the idea. So like writing in stone, carving in stone, I think, statues and shit like that. Those tended to, in his view, and again, I'm not great at this. I dismissed this shit wildly out of hand after reading it very quickly because it's stupid and it totalizes an extraordinary amount of historical reality. A huge amount. But basically you end up with the space binding, which is about God, what the fuck? It leaned towards like a god, spiritual sort of everything as a thing. Where no, wait, that's time binding, solid objects, and then papyrus and more ephemeral things tended to be space binding and were about economic control. And it's a question of, again, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's crap. It has nothing to do with Anti-Oedipus at all. And this is not the point they're making in any way. I would not recommend going down that route. It's terrible. If you want to read about this specifically, Mcluhan is fantastic. Saussure is also pretty wonderful. But Yelmslev, and there's a handful of writers from him who's taken his work and sort of run with it that I'm working through. I don't have anything to recommend yet, but I'm working through it. So at some point I will.
But a substance is said to be formed when a flow enters into a relationship with one another. And such a flow that first defines a content and then second, an expression. The deterritorialized flows of content and expression.
That's Yelmslev specifically. The idea of content and expression and how they're nested one within the other and then again within each other. He has other concepts like the purport and the way that things are broken down. But the short version is medium is the message is a great way to start down this road. When we think of semiotics from a purely linguistic standpoint, the despotic, think of it as a Lacanian psychoanalysis is big on the master signifier and how the signifying chain comes down from on high and meaning is made through that. They're not disagreeing with that. They're just saying that's the old shit. That's the fucking monarchies and all that stuff that's stuck around in the state apparatus that's there. But capitalism pushes a little bit differently. So we move away from meaning being in the language and instead to the parts of things being actually the thing that transmit meaning. I talked about memes earlier. Think about the medium you're actually seeing it in. Pixels on a screen, I think, is almost everyone here, unless you're cool and have a CRT TV hooked up to YouTube. I want to be your friend. But otherwise, it's pixels. No pixel has any meaning. None at all. An ink stroke when you were writing or a letter that is on a printing press, it has meaning. But this doesn't anymore. The smallest parts of everything that's in communication is the electricity of flux, the wavelengths of radio, the wavelengths of a CRT TV, the cathode ray as it shoots, bits being thrown at people. This is actually the language of capitalism at the base of it. And as such, writing and reading isn't really the point. It's the collection of all of these things and how they come together. So it's a more complex than that. That's the basics. And they literally just read from Yelmslav. That's Yelmslav.
Expression are in a state of conjunction or reciprocal precondition that constitutes figures as the ultimate units of both content and expression.
There's a few ideas there that I think
Radio did do it first. Yes. That's actually very much what they're talking about is the ways in which capitalism shifted. Because again, the radio waves are what transmitted. They're the medium. And no single bit has any meaning whatsoever. Instead, it only matters it's being transmitted before and after. The frames of a movie only exist in that setup. There's a really great film that was shot at 1 frame every 5 seconds. And it's a really crazy experimental film from God, I need to find it. God, who was that? It's in the top of my head. I have it on my Plex server. But every image doesn't exist as a story. We can make one a story, but it doesn't really work that way. It's everything thrown at us. And as you start getting deeper and deeper, it's every little other thing. Maybe I'll go deep onto it later. I want to kind of get through this because this is going to be going until 6 a.m.
need to be established. That might not make sense to people. That would make more sense if you read the entire book from beginning to end. When he talks about decoded flows, and we might have mentioned this on the last episode, but when you talk about and correct me if I'm wrong, because I might butcher this, like a flow.
Codification happens in social instances where people who are working together in a group, primarily prehistorical, do so by finding the material and power conditions of what happens. Men being stronger do certain things. People who are stronger do certain things. Not even men. People who are stronger do certain things. People who are weaker do others. People who have extra body fat do other things. People who are a little taller. People who are wiry. These things, people do what they can to survive in a small group. Over time, these elements, as they're repeated and they become rituals, become codified. It's an anthropological term. This Straussian structural anthropology 101 shit. Codification happens to desire in this way. We can go into it another time. That's the basics. The overcoding happens when the despot comes along. And you have this group who's got all of their local codes. Think of an uncontacted tribe in the 1500s, or the Native Americans here and the Spanish showing up. And they go, hey, you can keep all your stuff that doesn't really conflict with us. And they overcode. Everything you're doing is now for the High King called Pope, and in his name the King of Spain is lords of this land. You need to submit. If you submit, we will allow you, we will welcome you in brotherly love. But if you do not, we will powerfully enter into your country. We will make slaves of you. We will kill your wives, your women, your children, and rape them and cut their heads off with swords. This is what they did. This is the setup. So it overcodes. Those who accepted, and some did. Some flatly did. A lot didn't, thank God. It went poorly for them. But this setup is overcoding. And it happened more often than we want to admit. Primarily, if you think about China, especially now, everyone's a Han in China. Everyone's one race. They're slowly doing the thing that right-wingers want to do here. Everyone's Han in China. They've gotten rid of the Manchu people. They've gotten rid of a whole bunch of different subgroups. This thing is overcoding local traditions, allowing some parts of it to be there. Think of it as painting over with another story. They literally did that with a lot. Decoding happens because capital comes along. Capital's an abstraction, value abstraction, value, quite literally profit, and it only gives a fuck about profit. So instead of caring about the rules of a society, it just wants efficiency. And efficiency is what makes more of it. And all of us want to have money. We don't want to be poor. We want to survive. So we do things that allow efficiency. Efficiency is about decoding. If I have a pizza parlor and I'm doing everything myself because that's how my father raised me, I'm utilizing overcoded desire to do this. But if I'm bright, I figure out how to decode what's happening. Oh, these parts are my job. I need to do it more efficiently. I could build an oven that does this, a dough mixer that does this. I can have this that does this, and I can simplify all of that and free the desire to do other things. Decoding. However, there's other parts that happen within capital, because as much as I would be very happy to be free of that, at the same time that it's decoded, it's axiomatized. Capital has a very unique way of dealing with repression. This we're going to get into at some point when they talk about the family, but this is the line through, would be, I would say this would be the way to think of it. So as we go through this, just be ready.
Is sort of when you have these
Mark says, like Roman overcoding of pagan holidays with Christian stories. It's exactly that. Or how, I can never get it right. The Greeks or the Romans. One of them created the gods first, and then the other one used all the gods. I think it was Greeks to Romans. They're all kind of the same. Everyone, Dionysus is kind of Jesus, and the stories are a lot the same. Like all this shit. It's that kind of thing. But it's also how wine is French. It wasn't. It's Greek. But it's French now. These things shift. What does it mean to have French wine? Well, Chardonnay, like this type of wine, this type of setup, everything gets overcoded under the despotic and the state. Capitalism behaves differently. So we're not quite there yet. It's a little bit different, but it's the overcoding. That's the setup. Romans overcoded a lot of stuff. Sarah says, I'm going to be watching this VOD because I'm watching Fanny and Alexander. I don't know who that is, but enjoy Fanny and Alexander.
desiring machines, which once again are basically everything. Everything is made up of desiring machines. That's what nature is at its base level before we build and code in all this other.
Sort of. It's everything's desire, and desire connects with desire, which is a desiring machine. So the connection of the mechanistic view of the unconscious, sort of
stuff into it. But it's sort of like the anarchic chaos of nature that constitutes us. Then those machines communicate with each other with flows of information. So that's like an uncoded flow. And then these.
No, that's not at all what that is. At all. I don't know how you got to that point. There's absolutely nothing in an uncoded flow of desire for information. It's not information at all. Codes are information. If we want to talk about it that way, I'd be hard pressed to, because codes don't really contain what we would probably call in modern times info. Like, it's not like datum. I don't know how you got to that or why you would say such a thing. There's nothing in this book that says it. They go over and over and explicitly say that uncoded desire is something that is simply not allowed by society for dozens of reasons, and that every society works to repress desire entirely and is terrified of uncoded desire. So, yeah. Jimbo says Roman Empire was one of the first examples of capitalism. No, it wasn't. It's imperialism and mercantilism and despotism. There was no capitalism there. There's a shift, and it's an important one with capitalism. A lot of people think capitalism is making money. It's not. Marco Polo went where things were cheaper and brought them back. This is what you did. This is, if you didn't play Drug Wars on your TI-83 in fucking junior high, and I know I'm dating myself because I think I don't even know if, do you kids not have Drug Wars on your iPhones? Graphing calculators were awesome once upon a time. But the game was go to where things are cheap, you go to where and you buy them, and then you sell them where it's expensive. That's mercantilism. That's not capitalism. If I have a business, people have had businesses forever. If I have a pizza place, that's great. That's not capitalism. Capitalism is a step or two removed. I have a business that makes profit. I keep that profit. That's not capitalism. That's business. That's still mercantilism. Steve and I, Ben and I, we've collected a bunch of our profit, and we go, Jim over there, Jimbo's got a fucking good business. I'd like to invest in that business. And I give you capital, Jim, to start your business. And that's it. I do nothing, and you pay me money. That is capitalism. investment. This is capitalism, not management, not owning a business, not having a business, not having people work for you. These are things that have literally been forever. Instead, capitalism is about the investment and the utilization of capital across multiple portfolios and investment strategies, which drives diversified economic factors across the entirety of everything. Yet somehow, we believe there's an invisible hand that's controlling the market. That's capitalism.
These flows become coded. So in this sense, when we talk about Harold Innis, there's this idea of, just so people can recall, think of, the center
We'll see
of
if I got it
power
right.
as, the imperial center or the federal government. And then there's concentric circles going out where the periphery of society would be the fringe. The fringe and the periphery of society, they tend to use different sorts of language, different sorts of communication methods that are optimized more for travel and impermanence and just speed and experimentation. At the center, it's more forms of communication for longevity that are time oriented rather than space oriented. So those are
Now, to be fair to Ennis, there's a good chance these guys have no idea what he fucking wrote either. So I'm not going to judge Ennis by this, but if this is what you think Ennis said, you need to evaluate and critically think better.
would be statues. Those would be like intense codified legal structures, and across time these take different forms. So that's kind of what he's talking about there. Like, oh, you have these less coded forms of communication, more fluid, more energetic. Things become more coded the more.
This has nothing to do with coding, and he's misusing the term. Like, grandly misusing the term. Like, it's grandly misusing the term coding here. That has nothing to do with codes. That's fucking writing. Is it just me, or is the mic quality better? We learned last night that I have a Scarlett 18i20. It's a phenomenal device, and it has a bunch of inputs and a whole bunch of outputs and a bunch of digital in and outs, which lets me really do a lot of really fun stuff. If you can't see it behind me on this side, and you can't anymore, I moved my camera. I have a bunch of Eurorack setups. I have a fucking, I do this kind of shit for fun. And I've done soldering streams where I've played with it. So I need a lot of ins and outs. What I learned is Windows, if I'm using an input for my mic directly, like it's plugged into input 1. If I say, hey, use input 1 for my mic, it'll make the input awful. But the device has a loop back, which ostensibly should just be that same input. But somehow it works. I hate computers.
More systematized they are. And I think that's what he's really trying to get at. And you'll see this theme recurring in the book, that something being over-coded is over-systematized, or there's too many rules, there's too many,
nope.
It's anti-natural fluid.
Sorry, I breathed in what he said for a moment, and it's just not agreeing with
chaos. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And also and this is where you would see let's use America as an example to sort of blow off on that and to expand it. So you have Washington, D.C. as its imperial capital, but you also have these peripheries. You have like Nova, you have parts of the federal government that have its offices elsewhere. They communicate via edict, they communicate often. We see this especially with how one can look at, say, wokeness as an example. You can talk about it as a mind virus, but it is very top-down forms of communication. And
wokeness is the opposite of top-down communication, by the way. So let's just try to break down all of that absolute garbage he just said. So let's go back.
Chaos. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And also and this is where you would see let's use America as an example to sort of blow off on that and to expand it. So you have Washington, D.C. as its imperial capital, but
that's cute.
You also have these peripheries. You have like Nova, you have parts of the federal government that have its offices elsewhere. They communicate via edict, they communicate often. We see this especially with how one can look at, say, wokeness as an example.
So the U.S. government doesn't operate by edict at all. It utilizes a system of bureaucracies. It's actually really important to Anti-Oedipus to talk about the bureaucrats and the systems of this, because the way that the villages to the groupings around the despot, the king and his cadre, his group, the hand of the king, the priests, all the people around him, to the bureaucracy of capitalism, this transition is incredibly important to talk about, and they go at length into it. So when we talk about the federal government, and if you think they operate by fiat and they operate by edict, you have no concept of what those things are, which again, white young American men, why is that the case? The U.S. government basically operates in a very diversified way. It's fairly decentralized, given all the power that's been relegated back to the states. As much as we like to think we exist as a federal system, we really don't. We're primarily locally driven. And so to say wokeness is a top-down thing is adorable. It's adorable. Wokeness is literally about speaking truth to power and is about fighting for minorities, the smallest groups, up. That there are people in power who utilize the language of wokeness in any capacity. The idea that you can't understand that they're doing so for their political favors or they're doing so disingenuously, where you have someone like Matt Gaetz on your side of everything who's very, very excited to be the attorney general, yet at the same time basically was paying underage girls to have sex with him, and horrifying breaking of the law in dozens of different ways. If you haven't read the House report, it's incredible. It's almost like outwardly he's saying things he doesn't believe in. They do that. They're national politicians who exist purely on their facial realities and what you see in them. They lie. That's it. Biden is not woke in any capacity. Kamala certainly has her edges, maybe, but there's no speaking truth to power. So speaking wokeness from center out is silly. It's not a hierarchized system in that way. It just isn't. What does he mean by wokeness? The only two definitions, there is no definition of wokeness. What he means is things that make me uncomfortable and icky because ultimately I don't understand my own sexuality or place in the world unless I do what dad says.
Example, you can talk about it as a mind virus, but it is very top-down forms of communication. And a mutual friend of ours, Jeff Deist, he used to be part of the Mises Institute and is also, was the former chief of staff for Ron Paul. He has a great article about this where you see how these top-down distortions of language are, in fact, the parts in which...
See, this is how stupid he is. See, he just read, all the arguments he's making, I'm throwing that aside because it doesn't even matter. He just read 2 paragraphs in Anti-Oedipus about capitalist representation and how writing and the word on high no longer exists in capital. It's a book that was written 50 years ago. So certainly they're still talking about it today. To then go, yes, that's why today we have a despotic representation. And here's why. Shows that you're not only, he read 2 paragraphs that literally say this isn't the case. That's what these words mean. If you didn't pay attention. It's what these words mean. This is what they're saying. Fuck. God damn it. Just awful.
Tyranny arises in sort of the modern classical liberal sense. And we see this with Harold Innis as well. And so for Deleuze and Guattari, specifically, when they're talking about flows, our natural state is all things are about flowing things. Their entire idea of society is a generalized understanding that all things...
This is not the case either. If they didn't read it, they didn't. The natural state, which I don't even know what they're fucking referring to, because Deleuze and Guattari do away with that dichotomy from the outset. There is no natural or unnatural state. It's all production and it's all whatever. But the Earth Socius Desire is immediately and instantly co-opted after the connective syntheses. There is no disjunction. They're explicit about this. It's not the free flow of desire. It's the opposite.
Flow, and that all of our flows are coded, and we have to go this way because that's how we're structured by, in Deleuze and Guattari's view, this oppressive force of fascism, this oppressive force of capitalism.
No. So again, he just read 2 paragraphs that describe at length. Jesus fucking Christ. Can you imagine you read 2 paragraphs out loud and you don't take in any information? It's almost like they're proving to us that Deleuze and Guattari's theory is right. That it doesn't matter what the fucking words are, because ultimately capitalism is profoundly illiterate. Huh? Like, again, these guys are magic to me. Their version of reading this is so fucking baseline, the arguments D&G are making, that it's incredible. Capitalism is profoundly illiterate. The death of writing is the death of God or the death of the Father. The thing was settled a long time ago, although the news of the event is slow to reach us. As an example, he just read 2 paragraphs, didn't read any of the words, and instead took pieces, parts, affective responses, made it contingent. He did the thing. It's magic. It's magic. Well done. Thank you. I'm going to assume that this is high art in order to prove D&G correct, because that's what they're doing.
Flows are goods, services, ideas. They're transmitted from one to another.
It's not
and true. When they're now,
that's
what we're seeing here
is
that they're now oppressed. When we're talking about things that are now given expression, and things have content and meaning. And that's how things are coded into.
Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Is so backwards, it's unbelievable. Things are coded by content and expression. First off, no. Things are not coded by content and expression. Instead, things are coded in primitive societies, then overcoded by despotic, and then decoded by capitalism. Capitalism doesn't code. Capitalism doesn't fucking code. That's not what it does. Capital doesn't code. It decodes, breaks down. And what happens with this breakdown is that we're left with the pieces, content and expression. Expression is the substance, the form of almost the enunciation, the expression itself. Think of it as the signifier traditionally. Content itself is the signified. It's a form of the content, the substance of the content. Form and content and these things sort of shell each other. This kind of puts everything in a weird place. Saussure ultimately saw these sort of 2 elements, the signifier signified, in things, in the denotation, the elements of things, of symbolization. And Saussure saw this and saw these things as having 2 parts. Yelmslev splits each of those parts into form and substance. It's brilliant, and it's a lot to sort of work through, but it ultimately means that we're able to get to a quantified analysis of language in a really almost algebraic calculus-based fucking format. And that's what he did. That's what he was. He was a mathematician. There's actually an extraordinary amount of work he did that's very, very important to mathematics. You can go look up Yelmslev. You'll see a bunch of shit. Yelmslevian space-time. Yelmslevian geometry. God, I'm not a math guy. Sorry. But it's fascinating. But that's what he was doing. So to say it's coded by things that are the decoded elements of the thing is incredible. And it's about as bad as a misreading as you can get.
To grammar, the rules of phonics, alphabets, and what eventually, as they'll break down in this chapter, forms in which capitalism, in their view, operates and works, and what we take for granted in our day-to-day society in the West.
Yeah, and he starts to build this idea that when you code a flow or try and give form to it, or a rule or morality or whatever, you know, you
Jesus
start
Christ.
segmenting it. You give it a
What the
form, and
Unbelievable.
capitalism is just the ultimate end state of that, because they still view capitalism the same way any other leftist or Marxist would, which is a drive towards segmentation of the classes, but not only just the classes,
No. What the fuck? How do you do that? How do you go to Marx and say, yeah, Marx said that capitalism drives segmentation of the classes, when Marx basically said that all history and conflict is due to class structure. He saw universal history in class. So no, capitalism doesn't do that. Capitalism breaks down class. It shatters it. It decodes. Fucking Christ. That's why we have a really weird situation. The bourgeois are just as able to be taken advantage of in capitalism that they weren't able to in the despotic. The landed gentry, for example, they didn't exist in an exploited state, not at all. But a business owner who has investment from, a bunch of family funds is having all of his value extracted to those funds. He's being exploited. It's not the same level of exploitation as the fucking guy working in a sulfur mine in fucking India, but it's exploitation. An engineer who once upon a time working for Tesla designed all of the automation systems, dozens of engineers who built the automated systems Tesla uses in its factories. Do you think he made all of the profits he earned through that? No. Of course not. He was deeply, probably exploited at a level that we can't even really comprehend, given all of the labor it ultimately saved, all of the profit that it ended up generating for Tesla. There's no way he made money to compensate him for that. This is how this works. This is, again, they just are really terrible. Like it's don't just do this. If you've never read a science book, you don't pick up A Brief History of Time. You don't go to Sci-Hub and download the latest papers on fucking dark matter or anything. You've got other shit you need to learn. Take AP physics classes, for example. Learn about these things, learn about the base levels, and make your way through them so you can understand how they get there. Philosophy is no different.
Segmentation and fragmentation of specialty. So everything in society is segmented and stacked and systematized and put into a hierarchy. So to them, and remember, I think we discussed this at the last episode, to them, everything in nature is fascistic.
It's not true.
Fascism in this model is just some would say, inevitable drive towards systematization of itself. Nope. Everything ends up a hierarchy. Everything ends up oppressed. Nope. And so, of course, capitalism would emerge as the ultimate mode of that, which is the monetization of that and the systematization of that system.
Stupid people, really. This is mercantilism they're talking about. This is not making money off of oppression. I hate to break it to you. That's been a thing for thousands of years, and capitalism hasn't existed for thousands of years. It didn't require writing. It isn't inevitable. There weren't hierarchies in various places. In fact, there are societies that don't really have them today as we know them. The hierarchy isn't there. Their whole point of the familialism in the nature of capital is that in capitalism, hierarchy is sort of there to be enforced by the state, but it exists and is built into us by the family. The family does this by teaching us symbolism and attribution. So I can say dad, father, mother, me, and I have relationality as the base of my relationships rather than the individual connection with another unique human. Those are two very different things. One is based in hierarchy, dad, father, the law, mom, the moment of desire, the woman, whatever. Or the bitch, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. The symbol. Instead of just being, for me, Randy and Judy, which is just the people who they are and me engaging with them. That's hierarchy built into the way we think in capitalism, necessitated by the fact that capitalism doesn't give a fuck about oppression. They say that literally. That I want to make sure that, because again, these people don't read any books ever, I don't think. I'm starting to believe they really just speed read all of it. So frustrating. It's so frustrating. I believe it's the beginning of 4.1. I'm not positive. Give me a second. Boop, boop, boo, doop, boop, boo. Beginning of 4.1. Come on. Do, 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 do. Oh, wait, no. They're actually, it's actually the section that is right after them. Do, 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 do. One sec. I want to find the specific bit because it's just such a fucking harsh and particular line. Okay. Yeah, Ben says, I've grown weary of people who've never heard, let alone read Brodel telling me about the history of capitalism. Yeah. Really amazing set of books. If you can find them, they're PDFs that are just fantastic as well. One sec. Do, 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 do. Maybe I won't. Fuck. I fucking hate this shitty PDF. Do, 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 do. There's a line that is along the lines of capitalism doesn't care about repression. Capital doesn't care about repression is the line. And I can't remember if it's capital does not, something like that. Let's see, it's right around here. Sorry, I know this is like the most riveting thing you've ever watched. God damn it. I'm not going to be able to find it in time to be exciting. That's okay. Ben can find it for me. Doesn't matter. The idea is that capital doesn't care about repression. It doesn't have the ability to, because it's the fucking efficiency of money. It's capital. How is capital repressive? Capital's not repressive, not in this sense. The system is. Well, that system, how does it form? Well, it forms through this larger social means of production and how capital is utilized. And that power comes from centralized state-sponsored corporatism. There's a lot more complexity than just saying money is evil, because it's stupid to say money's evil. Because we've had money for a very long time, and we're going to need it again. You're free to have a conversation and make up all the silly, stupid ways you want to get back to pure bartering in some anarcho-syndicalist commune. But that doesn't work when you have 300 million people. Just doesn't work. So what's the system? Well, we have these things. We have the state. We have these other elements that are very much responsible for repression, but also family, which needs to teach us proper self-control. And it's delegated. This repression is delegated from capital to the family. This is what they say, because capital doesn't give a shit. Capital doesn't give a shit. Capital doesn't fucking repress. People do.
That's in my view, what he's saying. And so, we made a joke, not a joke last time. I think it was just a fact that in their model, fascism is natural. It is the natural world. It is inevitable. But that's why this book exists. And I believe their sequel, 1,000 Plateaus, which is to deconstruct that at the most fundamental
not.
atomic level.
Yeah, and as we kind of mentioned at the
what
introduction
they
of
do.
this book, when this first came out in its English translation, one of the forewords was written by Michel Foucault, and he
Fucking this
basically
fucking
described
Foucault
this
intro.
book.
Fuck you, Foucault, for writing that intro. That's all. I'm so tired of it. Every fucking time people use that as like, oh, this is how I read the entire book. It's like, good. Glad it ruined it for you.
Is sort of a ethics and a way of life to resist capitalism, but also to resist the inner fascist that lurks inside of all of us. So the point is that, you know, for capitalist representation and for Deleuze and Guattari, like we're seeing how things are coded in language and in writing that enforce structures and enforce social norms. And earlier in this, and if you've read this whole thing from cover to cover, and we're not going to go through the whole thing because this one's a little heavier to deal with.
In the last 4 years, I've gone through it 6 times, 3 times publicly.
And say spinal catastrophism, but that, you know, these parts of flows allow us to have blockages to information and to things now being specifically encoded that are bad. So, you know, being with your sister or being with your mother is a bad thing because, you know, there's obvious social and genetic implications for that. It's also bad for us to have certain taboos with respects to the dead or with respects to the youth and with respects to the systems of hierarchies, whether it be the church, whether it be the state, whether it be the military. And in doing so, these blockages of flows now orient society towards a way in which their desire to produce things are now made in the direction that benefits the bourgeoisie, that benefits
No. It's like, it's insane how off this is. Jesus Christ. It's kind of hard to know where to start. Let's talk about fucking your sister. He brought it up. We got codes that stop people from doing that. That's why we code desire so it won't happen. As they show very well, utilizing a lot of other anthropological studies and research, and through what I think is a very phenomenal argument through affirming desire rather than negating prohibitions. Coding never prohibited incest. That's not what coding does. Capitalism doesn't use coding, so these guys are that far off. So like they're having the wrong conversation in the wrong city about the wrong sport in a language they've never spoken to an AI. That's all. That's how far off they are from the way that they talk about shit in the book. Coding instead affirms basically consumptions of desire. So you have families in these prehistorical groups, and you look at them and you go, well, they didn't fuck their sister. They must have a prohibition. And it's like, no, they had a code that they needed to fuck other people. It's a difference. Prohibition is actually a really, really unique thing that doesn't exist in a lot of these tribes. It isn't how they functioned. Prohibitions, no. Instead, the strength of the requirements, the yeses, was so brutal that it just wasn't a thing that they cared doing otherwise. They utilize a lot of ethnological studies, not just Strauss, but Godelier, Grial, a lot of others. Really amazing work. And as far as I know, this is not a terrible way to think of it in modern anthropology as well. It's kind of baseline and boring. As far as the shit goes now, 50 years ago it was cool. But the cool stuff now is like Cannibal Metaphysics. Great book from Castro, great writer, who takes a lot of that stuff and sort of runs with it. But coded desire is affirming, not negating. It's a big deal here. It's a big deal here. It's the managing of the flows is like, in this way, think of it as carving into the ground, literally carving into the ground the way the river will flow, or where irrigation ditches will go, or how you, as you walk, or your tribe walks as you're nomadic, you leave literal lines on the ground of beaten paths. Like this shit, this is what they talk about when they say marking in the earth. They fucking mean it. They're not like saying it's in the earth. They're like, you can go look. They left fucking marks in the fucking earth. That's the thing. They're not using analogies. They're being quite literal with all of this. It's so frustrating. Because it's what he just said is like the opposite of everything that's in the book and also unrelated in an amazing way. None of this applies to capital, by the way, that I've just said. All of this is like fucking prehistoric other shit. There's no coding of the prohibition of incest. That's done through the axiomatizing and representational nature of capitalist representation. You see the title of the book, the title of the chapter, Capitalist Representation. There's no coding.
The hierarchies that we see established, and thus allows
God,
it
that's
to be,
21
as,
minutes so far.
Marx had critiqued about certain forms of capital. It becomes this self-correcting system in which fascism always stays on top.
Sorry, I didn't mute myself. Apparently,
That's just not true.
Breathing too heavily into the mic.
Just a tad.
Well, I'm trying to ride the volume here. I don't know what's going on. Maybe there's a third person on the stream. Maybe it's fucking Geo, by the way, who was supposed to be here. Everyone who was expecting Geo, unfortunately,
So glad there's not a third
called
dumbass.
He read some news about his e-girl wife and had to go tend to that, of course. So do you want to move on from the capitalism part here?
If we could go down into page 244, just a little bit down at the very beginning where it says civilization is defined, because this is a really important section, because this allows us to...
Now remember how we just said capitalism is about coding desire. Right? I can't believe he's jumping to this paragraph. They don't even know the words they're reading. Remember he just said capitalism is about the coding of desire.
Go into the direction towards schizophrenia.
Sorry, let me just make sure I'm at the right part here. So
135 on the PDF.
134. There we go. Okay.
Okay, cool. It's at the very bottom, and then I'll go back to the top. He says, they write, civilization is defined by the decoding and deterritorialization of flows in capitalist production.
They don't even know the words they're saying. He just said capitalism is about the coding of the flux of desire. Now he's reading the literal sentence that says civilization is defined by the decoding and deterritorialization of the flux of desire in capitalist production. Thank you for finding a section that just disproves yourself. You are magic.
Any method will do for ensuring this universal decoding, the privatization brought to bear on property, goods, and the means of production, but also on the organs of private man himself, the abstraction of monetary quantities, but also the abstraction of the quantity of labor, the limitless nature of the relationship between capital and labor capacity, between the flows of financing and the flows of incomes or the means of payment, the scientific and technical form assumed by flows of code themselves, the formation of floating configurations starting from the lines and points without a discernible identity. The route taken by the decoded flows is traced by recent monetary history, the role of the dollar, short-term migrating capital, the floating of currencies, the new means of financing and credit, the special drawing rights, and the new form of crises and speculations. Our societies exhibit a marked taste for all codes foreign and exotic, but this taste is destructive and morbid. While decoding doubtless means understanding and translating a code, it also means destroying the code as such, by assigning it in an archaic, folkloric, and...
I could just keep mouthing that shit. He's reading about how capital doesn't code, but destroys codes. I'm going to give you an example of this. I'm a 90s kid, and I survived the Cocopelli revolution, as I call it. If any of you are old enough, in America especially if you happen to be in the Midwest or California, the Cocopellis is a Native American symbol that was on everything. Like paintings and fucking tchotchkes and necklaces and shirts and bumper stickers, and it was nuts. The Kokopelli means something. It's coded. It's a graphism that has coded desire within it for the tribe. It did. Capitalism came along and went, we're going to translate this. It means these things? Excellent. And then it just picks it apart like a fucking vulture at a corpse, destroying it into all the little pieces. And that's how we got the Kokopelli revolution. Pick a native thing. Pick a fucking cultural element kind of from anywhere. This has happened with all of it. Like it doesn't matter. Oh, God damn it. It's just, he's reading. It's like he doesn't know. He doesn't know that, like, he's reading the thing that goes against what he just said. He doesn't know that they're related. Does he not realize that people who write books tend to have things within the book use words that are commensurate with each other in order to allow the reader to have a common thread as they make their way through it? Does he not understand that's generally, especially in philosophical works, but I'm not sure there's a book on earth who would have different uses of the word coding throughout. Well, reactionary philosophy often fucks this up. So to be fair, but this is embarrassing. This is just, I'm glad this only got 2,000 views.
Residual function, which makes psychoanalysis and ethnology two disciplines highly regarded in our modern societies. It would be a serious error to consider the capitalist flows and the schizophrenic flows as identical under the general theme of decoding the flows of desire. Their affinity is great, to be sure. Everywhere capitalism sets in motion schizo flows that animate our arts and our sciences, just as they congeal into the production of our own sick, the schizophrenics. We have seen the relationship of schizophrenia and capitalism went far beyond the problems of the modes of living, environment, ideology, etc., and that it should be examined at the deepest level as one and the same economy, one and the same production process. Our society produces schizos the same way it produces Prel shampoo or Ford cars, the only difference being that schizos are not saleable. How then does one explain the fact that capitalist production is constantly arresting these schizophrenic processes and transforming the subject of the process into a confined.
It's little things like that. Again, throughout this, if you haven't noticed, he's fucked up a bunch of this. It makes me want to have empathy because it's like, but then they're terrible human beings and they make awful sexist, transphobic, racist jokes. Ben, I was mouthing along with the audio to make it jokingly seem as if I was his voice. So that's the joke.
Find clinical entity, as though it saw in this process the image of its own death coming from within. A lot to break down there.
There's a lot to break down.
It's actually very simple. They say very much, by the way, like up front, we can sort of see this. Everywhere capitalism sets in motion schizoflux that animate our arts, our sciences, just as they congeal into the production of our own sick, the schizophrenics. The schiz process that they're talking about is specifically is a breakdown or overly identifying with paralogisms in the connective, disjunctive, and consumptive processes that they've outlined in the first part of the book and in the second part. This yields a lot of different results. On the one hand, as they say it yields the victims of the asylum system, the autistics and catatonics who are sort of disconnected from everything and broken and unable, they're over fixating, they're unable to parse the world. That thing is part. But at the same time, all those scientists, mathematicians, inventors, actual inventors, not Elon Musk, who is not actually autistic and lies about it for clout, which is one of the worst things I think a human being can do, except for all the other things he does. And all those artists, you know, the really weird ones who we don't talk about until after they're dead because they do weird shit that we don't kind of get. And then at some point it becomes the thing. These are people who utilize the schiz. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. There's a lot of ways it can be used. Capitalism's happy to have people. Here's an example. I fancy myself an artist of sorts. I've done game development and interactive development for years. I built a piece called Hero. Specifically, didn't care about profit at all. Like, actually was the point of the thing. It was part of the contract I took when I worked at Starbreeze, is I would get just under $1 million budget to do anything I wanted to in VR when I became global director of the company. This was 2016 when I left working for James Cameron. I worked on a bunch of different very directly capital adjacent projects, working with Acer on a new Star VR headset, doing VR arcades. I was chief business officer of IMAX VR at one point. There's a bunch of weird shit. But with all that, that's capital. That's in line. That's normative. Alongside that, I specifically couldn't wrap my head around not having VR do something truly different. I used to joke that I wanted VR to not do joke emotions. I wanted it to do complicated things. I wanted to make Enemy, the movie, in VR. I don't know what that meant, but I wanted to do something. And so I set out and I made a project called Hero with another director, Naveed Kansari, and his wife, and an amazing crew. We ended up winning Sundance. We won Tribeca Film Festival. Like, I can actually say I'm a Tribeca-winning director, which is fucking incredible. What did we do? Well, we didn't care. We didn't care about anything except making the fucking craziest, most depressing, day-ruining thing ever. We put you in a corner market in Syria, blew you up. We made it so realistic that people collapsed crying. We needed to have like mental health professionals join us. It was it was insane. Like the response to this. This is that edge of art. Sundance called it the future of entertainment and possibly more. I'm proud of this. I'm proud. It was a lot of work. My team did an amazing job. What did it yield? Well, capital's happy to have people like me do this, even though we piss money away. We pissed $1 million. There was no profit ever seen, period. We won a bunch of awards. I got to like pretend like I'm a cool artist for like 6 or 7 months. And that was it. But along the way, we invented new ways for 3D ambisonic sounds to be utilized inside of a massive stereo system of 37 speakers. We changed how positional audio would be shifted alongside that. We built a handful of really, really complex plugins for Unreal that allowed us to do mapping of one-to-one for environments, a whole bunch of shit. We didn't do it for Capital, but Capital got it. And the very next year, a whole bunch of places, Sandbox VR and others, began utilizing parts of what we had built and the idea we had done, and they ran with it. This is the capitalist recapitulation, the capture of the schiz. They're happy to have people sit at the excess and play and do things that are completely irrelevant to capital. They don't give a fuck, but they will use it. Scientists very often run into this. This is actually incredibly common in the scientific field. Capital is waiting and ready for these changes. These things are incredible. This is what capitalism does. This is what this paragraph's about. Let's see. Sorry for the tangent. Can I liberate? There's the Common Sense Skeptic has a fantastic video on, well, many of them on Musk, but one specifically on his history with claims of autism and how he operates and how he uses it. And it turns out he's just an insecure piece of shit, which is, again, basically always the lesson at the end of it. Turns out with Elon Musk, and then that sentence is insecure piece of shit. He lies. That's what he does. Common Sense Skeptic. I think it's an hour-long video. Let me pop it into the. There's the Continental. If you don't know the Common Sense Skeptic, I highly recommend his channel. Generally, he is a reactionary, but he's not the worst of them, and his videos are incredibly well researched. He's, I think, fantastic. But This is, he fucking hates Elon Musk a lot. And 1 sec, I want to get to, 1 sec. Come on. It's a 30-minute video. I am going to share the link inside of the chat. You can watch it at your convenience. Common Sense Skeptic's great. Highly recommended. I'm not a member. I am a subscriber. It's the rest of his channel enjoy. Like, he just tears everything apart. Musk never really went to college, as an example. Instead, he had investors in one of his companies who needed him to become an American citizen quickly, so they streamlined and passed him through a fucking university in like 3 months. The entire thing. Never studied, he lies about everything. That's what he does. If you haven't watched the Path of Exile 2 debacle, I'm enjoying watching gamers who are ostensibly and usually very big fans of his see what he is. He pays people who need money to do things and then claims it for himself and does nothing. He is the capitalist, the full body of it.
Down there. Also, yeah, when we were talking about Innes before, he mentioned there that, you know, once you code something, you begin to kill it. And by kill you,
the example I give is the Cocopelli. The moment, and again, it's not coding it. Words are used in particular ways. I'm not a fan of the English translation, but dear fucking God, at least stick with it. What they're talking about is that capitalism decodes the codes of the Cocopelli, the codes of the gourd tattoo, the symbolism that is used inside of the tribal existence, the prehistorical existence, isn't the same as what we have. And when we've decoded it, we've quantified and we've turned it into a thing, then we've actually dismantled it. An example they give is there's a tribe on the Tig River. Tig? Yeah, I want to say it's outside Nigeria, I think. Not positive. But anyway, there's a group there, a large tribe that's been there for a very long time. And they had pre-capital as a thing. They have a really fascinating interaction where, and I'm going to say a bunch of stuff that's deeply problematic, but I don't care because it's, again, we're talking about a prehistorical tribe, so their social mores are what they are. They kind of had a couple ways that you bought stuff. Okay, let's say I had eggs or milk, like what we would call commodities. You can trade them, and they don't really have a money system for this, but they have trades, and so you barter. But the big important stuff, slaves, wives, cattle, land, for example, these you can't barter for. It's actually forbidden. Instead, what happens is you're given these stabs. People earn stabs through activities, through things they've done for the tribe. They're given them by the chief. It's a really complicated system. But this staff, you have to have a handful of them. You can trade them for, you can buy a wife with this staff. You can buy slaves. You can buy anything with the staff. And it's a really crazy staff. It's like this wires, metallurgy wires and crazy shit that's like made in these ornate systems. It's intended to be like this crazy high-end bartering tool for the upper echelon. But you can't sell it for other shit. It's forbidden. So you can't sell like your staff for a whole bunch of eggs or a whole bunch of commodities. These are different levels of the market, right? Capitalism came along, mercantilism came along, really, because it didn't really matter. But the setup, the overcoding and the way this shifted, suddenly what was happening is because this tribe was very good at metallurgy and that metal was valuable outside the tribe, people would do things to take apart suddenly. They would take apart to sell for cash outside, maybe gold bullion, coins, whatever it fucking was. And so you'd have this really weird breakdown of like This thing is no longer used for that. It's now hyper quantified. The code that existed is not just overcoded, dismantled. And so suddenly they're selling them at tables for tourists. That's what they talk about when they talk about the destruction of these artifacts, the destruction of local codes as capitalism decodes and reterritorializes it.
You mean kind of freeze it in time. And there's going to be an example given later in one of the parts that I coded. But this is pulled from Innes as well. In the description of a literate culture versus an oral culture. And he tends to hold up these oral cultures, tribal cultures, as closer to what he's talking about, closer to nature, not completely removed from the drive towards capitalism. But
this is not accurate in any capacity in this book.
But I remember when Innes was describing, and even Mcluhan as well, these societies, the more savage ones, where there is less of a hierarchy. You could call it longhouse society. That's another way to put it, where everything is a lot more lateral. Everything is more fluid. Identities flow into each other. There might be a tribal head, but families and friends, everything was a lot more intertwined. And there wasn't even a conceptualization of time, really. You would have something like cyclical time. Mircea Eliade talks about this in The Myth of the Eternal Return as well. But there was this idea that everything was more holistic. Everything was more synthesized, and we didn't begin to segment everything like we do now. So when he talks about, everything being, more holistic and everything flowing together, that's kind of what he's calling back to as well. Now, the problem is, once you go that far back in time, a lot of it does tend to get speculative. The thing about oral cultures is they don't fucking write anything down. So they really exist as examples for us, but some of them are very barely understood, in my opinion.
It's just, what a useless fucking thing to say.
Especially like if you want to go really deep back, like Julian Jaynes does in the breakdown of the bicameral mind, or even Richard Gans and originary theory. Like you're kind of just you might as well be dealing in mythology at that point, because there's no hard evidence. So I remember when I was at the Toronto event I spoke at just recently, I'd mentioned that I mentioned this book, and there's a couple chuckles in the room. So I guess even a few Do You Even Read fans got there. But I was saying that this book was sort of the prototype for Substack writers now, because it plays fast and loose with a lot of different things. And the question that was asked to the panel I was on was, what say you to the claim that
someone put you on a panel? Can you imagine the kind of place, the kind of space where this person, who's clearly incurious and has no background or no curiosity to go beyond it, he didn't go, oh, look, all these books that they've mentioned, let me go read one. Didn't do one of those. That person gets asked to talk on a panel. Just imagine what that panel would be like.
Employ more poetry in their writing. And I said, well, I'm not even sure I would agree with that. But, and I mentioned Anti-Oedipus, like you do see a lot of writers on Substack. They're pulling in theory and history and pop culture and fucking song lyrics, and they're kind of tying it together with poetry. Just like
I said this
book.
last time. This is just stupid
sometimes
shit.
I do detect in their understanding of capitalism, it gets so far from anything economic, and then it's talking about a lot of different things and trying to smash them together that I don't even think the authors care if it completely fits together. And that's one big stumbling block.
They don't care. It's not what they set out to do. Like, it's not a thing where they're like, I don't care if this fits. It's not a thing for them. It was deeply important that it get across the entirety of their ontology. And it did. It's not clear. It's complicated because they're trying to talk about things that we exist in every day from a side perspective. That's impossible to do without being a little weird. The Zen koan does this. The paradoxes of Chrysippus and the Stoics do this. Logic puzzles that are paradoxical, they play in this same realm. Children's jokes play in this realm very often. It's not easy. That's the point. I bet you they think Ayn Rand is complicated but clear.
Have with this book, like, you kind of just need to let it wash over you. If you start picking it apart, you will find where there's like huge swings that they're taking with,
if you're really
stupid,
history
and theory, but
and in creative
that does.
And again, I don't want to insult anyone who's AO is complicated. Like it is. Is it fun? Deleuze is complicated. He's a hard fucking philosopher. It's like going into fucking Leibniz and being like, "This is stupid stuff with monads." I don't know. It's like, yeah, this shit's weird. Going into Kant and being like, Cinnabar? Like, this shit's hard. You could do the same thing with fucking Plato. Like, none of this is easy. It's intended to be about the image of thought itself. So it's difficult to work that way. Spend time with it. Talk to people about it. That's what, like, this is why, like, we made the QC, the Quarantine Collective. This is why we have this channel. It's why we have the Discord we have. It's why we have, and I'm very lucky to have the people who are part of it. You can talk to people about, hey, I don't get this. Can you explain this? And asking that is great. You'll see me do it all the fucking time. I'm right now on my full third reading of AO, live for everyone, in 3.5 years. It's going to be 4 years in March, which is insane. And we're going through Delirium and Fantasy. And I'm going so fucking slow because I'm not sure I understand it. And we're reading every side thing, everything we can. Anyone who's been part of that reading knows this. And I'm confident generally with my consistent understanding of the book, but the book is incredibly complicated, and I've been reading the fuck out of it, and I've had some of the brightest people I've ever met explaining it to me and teaching me about it. I still ask, do that. Have humility, for God's sake.
Have a firm backing, in my opinion, is the stuff about Harold and Mcluhan and what firm history there is here.
Yeah,
What?
and the way that they answer this question about like the death from within is because for Deleuze and Guattari, capitalism is the, crystallization. It's the limitation that is inside of all societies, because once you assign flow, once you assign answers, terms, definitions, specific dogma, doctrine, taboo, meaning, positive or negative association with certain ideas of society, all forms of social formation freeze around those ideas.
This is not in the book. This is like a baby brain version of reading this. Absolutely not in the book in any capacity, nor in anything Deleuze and Guattari have ever read or written. This has nothing to do with the book. Ignore everything he just said. It's fucking terrible.
And those become the relative ways in which we understand the world. And once those, axioms begin to break down, then society can truly be deterritorialized and de-individuated in a way in which there is no power. We are finally free from this desire to produce. And in doing so, this is why they say that capital always tries to find a way to monetize it. And if it cannot be monetized, it assigns negative flows. It assigns certain codes and
I can't help but say what you've just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I've ever heard. At no point in this rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone listening to you is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points. May God have mercy on your soul.
Implications such as taboo, or as what Deleuze and Guattari were just talking about, as, oh, well, these things can't be sold, ergo we have to treat them as the ill, the sick, and doing so, because this is how we try and get away Marxist understandings of capitalism, and we have to find...
No, it's because they're too autistic. What do you do with someone who's too autistic? You put them in the basement. You leave them with their parents. You fuck them. Leave them to rot. We don't give a shit. They're not valuable. They can't serve capital at all. But if they're artistic just right, we make them the hero of a medical drama multiple times over. From Dr. House to the worst maybe example of autism in fucking modern media, to real Jonas Salk and these inventors, these surgeons. These people are all on this. They're all on this spectrum. They're all part of this. This is how people exist. They're just enough to be different. Managers at Walmart are made of their material conditions. Managers at Walmart don't paint like Cezanne. Maybe they do. More my point. The way that people are utilized, the way that capital allows the non-normative to exist is, if you can, drive profit. Otherwise, you're left to the wind.
And a way for us to actually question the world in a way that allows us to no longer take the revolutionary potential of a decoded, anarchic state, but instead allows us to.
I have 2 hours left, and it's been 2 hours.
Have identity, and it allows us to build into a society that will have hierarchy, language, and putting itself in a way that produces things. And for
Napalm says my urologist is autistic. There's this great one sec. I'm gonna find my favorite TikTok about this. I'm gonna make you watch a TikTok. I have a favorite TikTok, and as an old person, I'm proud of being able to say that. One sec. I want to make sure I get the right one because has anyone seen it? Do you know the one I'm talking about? It's the it's the girl who goes the same thing every parent says. In my day, nobody was autistic. Right? Have you seen it? It's great. Please, please, please. Let me find it. There's one girl who just fucking nails it. There she is. Okay. Come on, just let me fucking sign in. Oh my God. This is one of my favorites. I love it. Okay. Apparently I don't know what account I set this up under, so this will be just a second. As apparently I sign up for a new account. That'll be fine. Don't care. How was it on the screen and then you lose it in the next second? There it is. Okay. We're going to go ahead and pop this down here. I may have to go full screen for this one. So 2 seconds. Pop out this window for or this one. If you haven't seen it, I love this. I love this. Says turn on the left. It's great. If you can't hear it, make sure you let me know. Can't hear it. Wonderful. Thank you for not doing this with me, you stupid fucking thing. Also capture audio. Thank you. Also capture audio.
Nobody had autism. Do not touch that. That is my wall of very special plates that are pretty and not to be used. You may look at them. Hello, Shirley. Yes, I'd like to make my weekly hair appointment for the same haircut I've had for the last 50 years. Ugh. I'm in a terrible mood. Why? Everything is just so bright and so loud. What do you mean you want to go out for dinner tonight? It's a Tuesday. We only go out for dinner on Saturdays. Now be quiet and eat your unseasoned potatoes that only have salt on them.
It is terrible that they added the music for the vid. It's very frustrating. Can't find the original though. It's her, I think, and it's her top video. It's got to be. It's
Back in my day, nobody had autism. Do not touch that. That is my wall of very special plates that are pretty and not to be used. You may look at them. Hello, Shirley. Yes, I'd like to make my weekly hair appointment for the same haircut I've had for the last 50 years. Ugh. I'm in a terrible mood. Why? Everything is just so bright and so loud. What do you mean you want to go out for dinner tonight? It's a Tuesday. We only go out for dinner on Saturdays. Now be quiet and eat your unseasoned potatoes that only have salt on them. Okay, grandchild, I'm going to teach you a way to do something. It's the right way, and if I ever see you do it any other way ever again, I'm going to be very angry at you because the way that I'm teaching you is the correct way to do it and is objectively better than any other way. Grandma, are you ready for the movie? Oh yeah, I even brought my crochet project with me so I can work on it while I'm watching the movie. Why are you always crocheting? I'm not going to be able to stay awake through the whole movie if I'm not doing something with my hands. I don't know how you guys do it.
I love this personally. It makes me smile because this is what we're talking on. The process is in everyone, whether or not you're made as normative as possible and deeply repressed within capital so you can service it in order to be repressed and find the most efficient means of finding capital and surviving, or people who live on the fringes and you embrace the schiz in one way or another, or you fly through the wall, as they say. Capitalism uses you, or doesn't have a use for you. So that's what they're talking about in this paragraph. Again, they don't read books or critically read at all. So their version of this is deeply stupid.
For Deleuze and Guattari, this is a terrible place to be because this is where capitalism replaces codes with another, but instead, it creates a moral impossibility because we still have to deal with certain problems in society.
This is just complete nonsense. Brooks, you should bring Roger here to go over the psychiatric history a bit for schizogenesis. If Roger hits me up, I will bring Roger on anytime. Right now, I'm shitting on these guys and I'm having a really fun time. But the psychiatric history is a fun one. For sure. Roger has a really good background for that. I don't know who you are. But hello. Wait, is that LJ? Feel like I know who you are.
Which is dealing with criminals, getting places where people can live and assigning and re-territorializing people so that the system itself can endure. And this is where you can really start critiquing the work writ large because, well, if we decode things, if we try to deterritorialize, in their view, these capitalist forms of structure, these encoded flows of information in societal formations, well, then what do we get? Well, turns out we don't get anarchy. Turns out we don't get this sort of anti-fascist utopia. What you do get is you get fucking Minneapolis in 2020. What you do get is...
Fuck. Okay. How are you doing, fascists? I hope you're well. You and your reactionary, terrible reading selves. Capitalism produced the BLM riots. Not decoding. Decoding in capitalism produced it. Not people decoding it via wokeness. People don't decode. I'm not decoding. Decoding is what capital does. It's a slow process through time and space and political subterfuge and power and historical processes that exist within us. You're retarded. That was almost, see, it almost slipped out there. This is the stupidest fucking thing I've seen someone say in a very long time on this book. And I am a zennial. So we have a lot of words that I do not use anymore, but one that I kind of do on occasion.
Basically Haiti. And for them, they don't really...
Why does Brooks look like he's having a breakdown? So this is two clearly racist reactionary transphobes who have spent 2 hours, two and a half hours going through the first part of AO. I spent last night talking about it, laughing about it, and being horrified. And now they're going through Anti-Oedipus, and they're actually almost caught up to where we are in our current reading. And to them, Deleuze is asking us all to become trans schizophrenics. So that's why I'm having the reaction I'm having, LJ.
That too much, because they're looking at this way too far, in my personal opinion, abstractly. But I think that that's sort of the thing to look at here, is that for them, coding information, coding the flow of information, whether it's indirect, qualitative, quantitative, limited, for them, this is purely a way in which you can assign value.
Yeah, it's a direct quote. Like, I know it sounds, what I said is, and by the way, it's not a direct quote because they didn't say trans. They enjoy slurs. So it's technically not a direct quote, but I can't directly quote. It's one of my favorite books I've read on race is by Tara Abados. It's on Trump, and I can never tell anyone the title. This is one of those things.
Taboo, praise, and code things so that there is specific hierarchy and connotation to all forms of society, and they use...
This is what fascists do. They warp media to make sense to them because everything they believe is technically insane. Sort of. Now, the fun part is about this whole reading, and I made this point last time, how they're reading it. And they even said last time that fascism sounds great. I mean, they're saying, look, people have revolutionary energy, but then they have investment in these fascist things. And they're like, yeah, I do. So they're kind of just sort of proving everything D&G are saying as they're reviewing the book because they can't help it because they're intellectually incurious, fucking stupid people.
Use the examples of modern day speculation, land rushes, feudalism, the political relations between lord and king and pauper, and that, they've seen this cycle of oppression and recoding of groups time in and time out.
Well, I think you touch on something very important there, because some people will say, they'll read all this or they'll listen to us describe it and they say, sure, but like, what is the end of this? So like, what do they lean to? If it is total anarchy that they desire, how does that differ from Haiti? And, they don't really know. And, we just kind of explained there that it all comes down to coded flows. To them, there isn't really a difference between a moral and a taboo. And that's where you can begin to detect the socio-political game that they're playing here. Like, it's all just fucking codes. We got to get rid of all of it, is what they're saying.
No,
because it's all fascism. Anything that's good or bad should be treated equally. Because who was it? I think it was, and this is probably what will help us lead into the next part, which is defining what we mean by Oedipus. But he had asked, where he had made a comment like, what is it about Oedipus that relates to this? Do they see Oedipus as the ideal? And I said, well, not really. So, and this is how it would kind of launch into this and summarize, and you tell me if I'm way off on this. It's, we think of Oedipus, the character of Oedipus. Well, what do we know about him? Cliff Notes version, it's that a man who killed his father to sleep with his mother, right? That's the ultimate taboo. And Freud was famous for stating or implying that everyone has an edible complex. Everyone, and you'll hear people say this still.
No,
they'll say, oh, everyone wants to fuck their mother and their father, whatever.
Okay. For Freud and the Oedipal complex, it's not that all of us innately want to do such a thing. I wouldn't even put it that far. Instead, it's about the mastery of our own desire. It's not that I'm born with a desire to fuck my mom. It's that I, as a male with desire, naturally I'm going to grow wanting to fuck women. This is Freud, bougie, fucking repressed late 1800s anti-homosexual piece of shit he was, that I have desire, and desire wants to fuck. And if we want to fuck, there's the woman right there. Why can't I fuck her? Well, I've got to learn to control that. Dad's there to stop me. I resent Dad for that. In fact, I even hate him for preventing me from doing such a thing and exercising my libidinal id-based desire. I need to, over time, become Oedipalized by properly triangulating myself with respect to my mother and father in our relationship. That I defer mother, I don't want her, or I repress it, or I sublimate desire for mom into other things, that I properly treat my father with respect, and instead I wait for when eventually I will be able to fuck mother. No, it's my kid's mother. I'm a motherfucker in that way. But it's not my mom. It's a mom. So for Freud, proper Oedipalization is the control of that. It is not that we all are born with this sort of innate Oedipal complex. The Oedipal complex comes out of improper triangulation for Freud. So, again, they don't have a fucking clue what they're talking about, and they could have read a book.
And that's not true. Most of psychoanalysis has backed off from that. However, it was taken seriously.
No, it hasn't.
Time. Just based off of this.
It really hasn't. And I would ask how people grow. Like, this is the silliness with this kind of garbage where they go, oh, look, Freud, silly. And then it's like, and then conservative states have incest porn as the number one fucking thing that they look up on YouPorn. Like, come on, you fucking weirdos. The whole thing is about controlling desire. And if you don't think you have desire, I mean, Christians talk about it, for Christ's sake, the desire to sin, the animal side of you, the unkempt side. If you don't think that exists, do you not want to, like, did you never have sexual feelings for any women that you've known? Do you not? How? Well, it's because you were Oedipalized properly. You learned how to respect and treat these things early, so you didn't have the complex. This is psychoanalysis hasn't backed off of this. In fact, I don't think psychology is significantly backed off of this. The idea of controlling desire, potty training all the way through, is pretty big deal. Big Aaron, are these guys conservatives? Fucking they really are. They really are. They're the fucking worst, man. They're not even good conservatives. Like I keep saying, a good conservative, fascist, even right-wing reactionary, if they're intellectually honest, would see all of this and go, why are liberals like this? Because they would see liberals as the fascising, controlling pole. But instead, these guys, they know they're fascists. They know they're pieces of shit. Like they know this. They know that the stuff that they believe in is terrible and that they're ultimately based on ick and resentment. They've got nothing intellectually. That's why they're not tearing with it in a way that works. They're children.
This character. And what they were saying wasn't that, and this is what I kind of like about this book. This is what can fool people into thinking it's really exciting. It's that the book is attempting to hold psychiatry and Freud to account by saying, no, it is not the case that everyone wants to fuck their parents. However, that need arises, or that desire arises, mainly because there is a rule against it.
No.
Which sounds counterintuitive. But
this is probably the biggest way people misinterpret one of the harder paralogisms, to be fair, is the idea that, oh, you have a prohibition. Therefore, I learned what I want in the moment you tell me what I can't have. The way that you say to a child, you can't have any chocolate. And they go, but I want chocolate, even though they didn't want it right before. But this is a deep simplification. There's actually something far more complicated happening here, and it's really important to them. Because as they talk about it, when we have the moment of incest prohibition, you're not allowed to fuck your mom. Now, there's a lot that's there. There's the not allowed to, but there's the mom part. What is mom as a fuckable? That thing, that shape, that odd referent of the position of prohibition. That gets created in the prohibition. It's not the prohibition so much as the referent that's created as part of that. When you say to a child, you can't have chocolate, what the fuck is chocolate? Do you think they care about like the Hershey's bar you have specifically? Or is it the idea of chocolate, the representation of it that's created inside of the prohibition, specifically inside of the codification and the decodification and the way that this moment is extracted? That's the thing that's happening. This false image, this tricked image of desire, that's what is inserted. So this image of the thing that is desired is created. It's more complicated than just saying you find out and you want it because you can't have it. This isn't that. It's nonsense. This is much more complicated. Much, much more complicated.
On the, let's say, political right where we are, we think that systems are there to assess and address criminality or degeneracy, whatever you want to call it. They take almost the inverted perspective, which is that, no, these systems create degeneracy. You only get this Oedipal drive because there's a taboo against it, because there's oppression.
No.
And in our world, and
No.
this is, they don't say this explicitly, but this is what I get from reading it. They're saying that, because the question's always in a completely true anarchistic society with no rules, do what thou wilt, what do you do about criminals?
This has nothing to
kind
do
of
with what this
saying
book's
that
about.
that just wouldn't exist. Not that we would tolerate criminality.
That's not the case.
But if we removed all the systems,
They do not advocate for an anarchism that is a Proudhon style setup. The challenge for them, and I think the challenge from them, again, Eugene Holland's book, Nomad Capitalism, Market Communism, is phenomenal in this case. But it's very particular because it's not just about, oh, we've got fucking anarchy, we're all free. That's not how it works. To sort of take from Zizek, so let's say you have your revolution tomorrow. How many diabetics are you okay with dying? Well, that's a real question. If the answer is all of them, well, then we can have probably a revolution pretty easily. But it's more than diabetics. It's a lot of people. Supply chains and global supply chains are incredibly complicated. Logistics and bureaucracies are incredibly complicated. The fire in Los Angeles is a phenomenal example of this. It's a complex set of interactions that are systematized, government-laid, and also sort of contingent. And everyone has a bad take on this. Everyone I've seen. Oh, there should be more water. Why isn't there water? Do you not understand how water works? They don't. They don't. They just don't get it. They presume that there's like infinite water, which is funny to me. Because again, that's as far as these people's brains go, is like, but there's water. I've turned on my sink and it's always there. I don't get it. It's tough. It's like, no, that's not how it works. It's when a house burns down, if you don't shut the water off to the house, all the stuff that burned and is destroyed, well, that's pipes and shit that broke and bent. And so water is pouring out of every burned down house. Every single one. Just pumping gallons and gallons and gallons per minute out of every pipe for thousands of homes. And the way water works is gravity. They put water up very, very high to pump it and keep pressure. But if pressure is being poured out everywhere, hydrants aren't going to get any. And there's only so much, because as 1,000 homes have burned and water's pouring out of all of them, you can't pump water fast enough into that in order to catch up to keep water under pressure. That's just the way it works. This is the way it's always worked in large fires in cities. Every time. Always. So, but their brains don't go that far. They don't understand these complex interactions actually have these outcomes, and they just see the end reply. They just see the last bit. And they go, oh, so it's anarchy. So, no. For D&G, they want us to take an understanding that if tomorrow we had anarchy and I actually had a revolution, we did that. They're asking, would our revolution have fascist or revolutionary interest at both a conscious, a preconscious, and an unconscious level? The Russian Revolution had a absolutely revolutionary capacity and interest, but they were invested unconsciously in older structures, which led to what happened. The major part of this book is tarrying with what I consider to be the biggest issue that the left has had in the last 50 years, which is the fall of what is ostensibly communism in the USSR. This is a revolution overthrowing a czar, good thing, that fell into one of the more horrifying things that's happened. Again, capitalism is not better, neither one. But it's not communism that did it. It's not capitalism that did it. It's the investment in these things. So for them, it's not about solving that and saying, here's what should be happening, or here's what the next socius is, or the next organization. They explicitly do not do this. Actually, the book ends not giving any prescriptions for this kind of thing. It's about instead psychoanalytic, analytic, conversational, self-work, self-help kind of mentality around schizoanalysis. Because they don't know what the fuck comes next. Because if they did, they'd do it. This is them saying, here's the things we've identified that fucked up before. People want change. Trumpers, these fucking guys. Great example. My dad voted for Trump. Burn the system down. Fuck Hillary. She's part of the system. But all of these guys are deeply, deeply, deeply invested in traditional racial and sexual and gender-based hierarchies and structures. So you can have all the revolution you want. It doesn't matter. They're going to change it that direction. That's how they end up curving it back. That's why it's easy to say they have revolutionary capacity. They do. They stormed the fucking Capitol and they were ready to kill people, maybe. But then at the same time, they wouldn't go over the ropes. I did a video about this. It's one of my favorite things. I call it the revolution of impotence. They're killing cops and beating them with fucking things and bashing in windows and selfies, but leaning over velvet ropes and not knocking things over and not setting fire to the Capitol, not breaking down like doors in every single way. They were respectful because that's what they're actually invested in is America. Revolution needs both sides. That's their point of the book. That's like the thing in the book. This shit they're saying is just nonsense garbage.
Criminality would disappear as well because criminality and degeneracy only exists in the shadow of the rules.
Big Aaron, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to have you.
We create. So they're a symptom of the system, which is a complete...
Gangrenos, the issue is capitalism is adept at its own survival than people thought. All revolutions against it, Russian, Mongolian, Spanish, eventually get subdued and absorbed. The book is about why. It's not that capitalism is sort of there and like waiting. It doesn't have a personality. It's a system overall, series of structures that people are placed in, repressed, and fitting within the social production and how they attach to it, how they attach it to them. And that investment structure is the big deal. And the investment in these superstructures, in the processes of capital, will end in the same way. Always does. Holland has answers for this. I have answers for this. I'm not getting into it. These guys do not have what we're talking about here.
Completely inverted way of looking at it. And so that's kind of how we approach Oedipus as this example of like a drive that's created from like these coded flows. Would that be an accurate way of saying it in your view?
No, it's not
yeah, they
at all.
really don't take any sort of... They look at this purely from a lens of anti-fascism. There's not as much
because fascism is
a racial
bad.
Or a human biodiversity lens into this at all. Because if you actually were to keep going through this chapter, they'll reference, of course, Wilhelm Reich and Jean-Paul Sartre, where they say, well, really group spontaneity exists, and you can't really do much about that because, you're still distinguishing yourself in terms of class or in some other form of bonds against the state or against another or the other. And of course, those are unconscious group desires, which we would take for granted as in...
I'm going to be back in just a minute. I have to use the restroom. I'm going to get some more water. We've been going for almost 2.5 hours, and I am 35 minutes into a 2.5 hour video. So I'm going to use the restroom, get a snack. It'll be just 2 or 3 minutes. Please stick around. And otherwise, enjoy more of my jams if you're up for don't know why I came back. I felt like I should just maybe just go to bed, right? Feels like a just head to bed, Brooks. You don't need to be here. No one needs this. And then I read a great message someone wrote, and they're like, hey, this really helped me understand. It's like, God, the moment I think I'm free, they pull me right back in. Let's continue.
And, well, I have an in-group preference because that's just natural and biological.
It is not.
I don't trust the outsider that looks like he wants to kill me.
Being Mexican is not a looking like he wants to kill you. If someone looks like they want to kill you, they probably want to kill you. Being Mexican doesn't mean that they want to kill you. Or black, by the way, or, I mean, really, let's be fair, there's probably more white people who want to do that. So, whatever.
And in fact, they go down there later about that, where they say, well, actually, our internal desires can't be deceived. Our interests can be. But when they're talking about fascism, and they keep trying to ask and answer the question, well, why do people seek fascism? Or, to answer Wilhelm Reich's question, why did we vote for fascism to begin with? And so,
God damn it.
What do they mean by traditional bonds and things like that? For Deleuze and Guattari, they think that this all goes back to the concept of the state. And nothing more and nothing less. They don't think of anything transcendent. They don't think of anything eternal. And they really don't think that the idea of...
They don't think of anything transcendent? Deleuze? Wow. He cracked it, folks.
blood and soil is actually real in terms of like a biological aspect.
It's not.
We have in-group preferences. They think that these bonds are parts of a historical process, which brings...
Studies have repeatedly shown that there's no such thing, that this is not biological, that it's learned. Period. There is no difference in this. They're lying when they say otherwise. Again, Daddy told them stuff, and that's what they believe.
Brings us to the functions of the state. And so that they would say that, you know, our idea of civilization or Western civilization are merely processes of being decoded, deterritorialized, and then reterritorialized with these institutions that have archaic and barbarous implications, such as, you know, violence, criminality, punishing the sick, and all the things that we would see traditional leftists call these anachronistic, ugly forms of society that's just forms of oppression. And this is where, if you wanted to be a James Lindsay type, you would be like, there it is. There's my oppressor-oppressed narrative, but it goes much further than that.
Yeah, someone like James Lindsay does not have the personality or mind to apprehend any of these ideas because he's looking...
Imagine how fucking stupid you have to be that these guys are like, he's a dumbass. He couldn't get this. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. That'd be like... oh, my God. If I were to say you're really terrible at Dota, it's the same kind of thing. I'm not very good at Dota. Same kind of thing. If I say you're fucking terrible, you are an embarrassment. James Lindsay, he's a fucking embarrassment.
Looking for buzzwords. And I remember I just released... Real Secret Coffee Hours episode. You might like it because I get furious.
I listened to it when I was at work.
Yeah, just at the end, like.
And as a note, nowhere in this book do they talk about the oppressor oppressed. The slave master morality thing. There's another guy who kind of handled it, who had a really, really fantastic mustache a few years before this book. A little bit. They don't talk about that. Instead, it's about how systems and how desire is malformed so that we repress ourselves.
Like, you don't have the mind for academia, even. You don't have any intellectual curiosity. You hear a word and you do a gotcha, and then, but like, what is your project? What do you want to do? Because you can't just
these guys saying James Lindsay doesn't have any intellectual curiosity. That's fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. I probably wouldn't have made a joke that these guys would probably shit on James Lindsay. He's dumber than them. Because I think you're really stupid. And I think you are deeply intellectually incurious and childish. So, thank you.
your desire can't just be to poke holes in things, right? But yeah, like a James Lindsay would maybe get to page 5 of this and say, yeah, this sounds like Marx, and Marx is basically a moron. So, read Milton Friedman. Have you tried Friedman?
These guys basically did
I
that,
wonder if
but
he's ever
said
commented
Mises.
on Milton
The
Friedman,
fuck,
actually.
man?
Now, getting into Oedipus here. So, let me just check the chat right here. Oh, we got King Salmonfish stirring it up again. I just want to call attention to the book club, one of my personal favorite channels. The bind for them is that rejection of capitalism by D&G threatened.
The bind for them is that rejection of capitalism by D&G threatens to reinstate the fascist overcoding voice. No. What?
To reinstate the fascist overcoding voice. Now, here's a guy who talks our language. Here's a guy who's done the reading, the book club.
Yeah.
I steal some of my best books from the book club. If you want to know the shit I'm going to act out of pocket on.
Can you imagine what their book club's like?
The book club.
God.
A lot of people saying they should send people to Somalia. What else we got here? Oh, I mean, people just being lewd here. Big Ben saying the cum must flow. You talk about flows.
Accurate.
This is what you get. I guess
It's
it's,
the
when they
cum must
predicted this,
it's only fair. It's only fair.
Flux.
We talked about the solar anus in the first episode.
Burst.
It's only fair.
Flows.
yeah. Well, I mean, really, like you can't talk about this book without getting a little lewd. I mean, yeah, by the page 20, you've seen
Lewd.
anus like 10 times.
So true.
I wanted to just call attention to Hazel's before capitalism, we called schizos seers, and that is predicting where we're going to get to next. I just wanted to read this part here. Getting into Oedipus, getting into what you touched on just briefly before about the family dynamic, which really sits at the heart of what they're trying to deconstruct. Because like those on the right, they would say that the family is the core, the nucleus of a lot of these systems. So much of this book is affirming what a lot of trad guys would say, but saying like, yes, but it's bad actually. So Oedipus restrained is the figure of the daddy, mommy, me triangle, the familial constellation in person. But when psychoanalysis makes of Oedipus its dogma, it is not aware of the existence of religion.
If I can recommend generally, when reviewing or reading a philosophical work, going from the first page to the last section of the third chapter, then going back to the first lines of the second chapter, this is called out of order. Don't do this. Don't. It will cause issues.
Relations said to be pre-Oedipal in the child, ex-Oedipal in the psychotic, para-Oedipal in others. The function of Oedipus as dogma, or as the nuclear complex, is inseparable from a forcing by which the psychoanalysis as theoretician elevates himself to the conception of the generalized Oedipus. Now, there's an interesting idea that he gets to and develops a bit more here, that these two see, the authors, see Oedipus as reaffirmed in psychiatry. So they're trying to dismantle the entire psychiatric process by saying, like, look, by you trying to psychoanalyze people, you are justifying the Oedipal model by saying that everything comes back to the family. The family is so important, and the relationship between me and you is kind of Oedipal, that you reaffirm the power and relevance of Oedipus, and your job as a psychoanalysis should be to deconstruct all of that. But there's this idea
aside from the word deconstruct,
literature,
not awful.
I think it was Louis Althusser. He was talking about the idea of a superstructure, and there's this idea that you keep seeing time and time again, that the system.
Hey, no, Al over the garage, Althusser.
Or the superstructure only exists to perpetuate itself, so that any system within that larger system that is permitted to exist must only exist to serve the larger system. That the system would never permit anything inside of it that would be a threat to itself, even something that would seem to counteract the system or be in opposition to the system. It must in some way further the existence of that system. So, there's this idea that they're taking that notion and just blowing it out, which is like, well, then everything must be Oedipus, even when trying to break it down, or by acknowledging that there's some kind of Oedipal desire, you're only strengthening it. And the only solution to this system is complete deconstruction at every single level.
No.
And he goes on here. I don't know. I got a note here, but without a page number, but I'm just going to read it. It says, it would seem obvious that parents indeed make their appearance on the recording surface of desiring production. But this is, in fact, the crux of the entire Oedipal problem. What are the precise forces that cause the Oedipal triangulation to close up, or rather become a complete system? The child is a metaphysical being. As in the case of the Cartesian cognito, parents have nothing to do with these questions. And we are guilty of an error when we confuse the fact that this question is related to the parents in the sense of being recounted or communicated to them, with the notion that is related to them in the sense of fundamental connection to them. For the unconscious is an orphan and produces itself within the identity of nature and man. So yeah, there's this idea that a child is as close as you can get to a pure set of desiring machines of uninterrupted flows, and the parents sort of bear down on it. And so the parents relationship, the daddy, mommy, me triangle, as he calls it, is the first step you get to segmenting reality. Like, I'm here, I'm a child, I'm at one with the universe, but then daddy's over here, mommy's over there, and they have a relationship. So there's this sort of duality there. Where do I fit into this duality? Boom, there you go. Now you are
Sort of. Sort of. If you haven't been around a baby, babies tend to look at the parent who feeds them, especially mother breastfeeding, as an extension of themselves. They don't understand separation. Separation anxiety is a thing, not because I'm not near mommy. They don't really understand mommy. We put that on them. Right? Does that make sense? We insert names. We do this with animals. We do this with babies. They don't have a fucking word for things. We give them that. So when a baby sees mom as an extension of itself, not often with dad, at least in my experience, I try, but it's not the way it works. Dad is seen as another. Mom is seen as part of them. And at some point, mom rejects baby for dad. This is what the baby sees. And they want it, and they don't get the same, like, they're growing up. Things change. This relationship shifts. This is kind of where we start talking about, oh, your mother does a lot of things. Your father says, it's not Brooks. My wife's name is Heather. It's not Brooks or Heather. It's father and mother. These symbols. It's not, look, Brooks is saying, because Brooks is some dude who's here. Heather's here. No, it's mom and dad. My relationship is denoted by a symbol, by a relationship that's built into that symbol. Dad, as in general relationships, dad is the lawgiver. Mom is the demure housewife in Freud's time. Now it's both work, but various things. You have symbols that you're taught, not a relationship with a person. That's the issue that they have with it, more or less.
Within this, you've given birth to the idea of systems and your sort of Cartesian approximation in a larger set of systems. So, you would have to imagine that in their, let's call it, ideal outlook, there wouldn't
just pull your head out of your ass, man.
Be parents. There would just be this flow of
it's like nurturer, but nurture not from a distance. They are the food person, but they're part of the child. You read research on this, it's kind of incredible. I got to experience with my kids. Every mother and father kind of knows this too. Children don't understand them as a thing. They are part of mom because they spend so much time with her, because then they need food, she's there, just like an organ, just like their own organ. Just like when they feel they need to piss and they piss, there you go. They feel they need to eat, they get fed. This is a part of them. These organs are connecting. At some point, they're not. And this is where these issues began.
Individuals. And we'll get into actually what that looks like later. But just to say that the birth of the Oedipal desire is the mom and dad themselves. Does that sound right?
Yeah, and this also goes back to what we were
Yeah.
talking about in the first episode in relation to the infamous body without organs conversation.
Oh, for fuck's
Because
sake.
when you look at, the sort of, I almost, I guess, at the nuclear level, to sort of borrow off the language of family, is that this is sort of the agent in which inscribes onto the child.
At the nuclear level, to borrow the language from family, he means molecular. He just can't pull it out.
The desire to produce and for flows of information and society to go to there. That's where social production begins, is at the family. And so when you are reading through, especially...
No. Social production does not begin at the family. What the fuck? Social production and desiring production are ultimately the same stuff, but you have to be careful when we talk about it, because we're talking about it in terms of, they use the term regime, but we would say magnitude, perhaps. When we talk about the molar, and this comes from the scientific term mole, which is a fuck ton of a molecule, a mole, or the molecular, you're talking about a bunch of the shit and what it's like, or one. Here's an example. A single carbon atom. Who gives a shit? Does anyone? I don't even know if I'd feel that. A billion of them falling on me, that has a different feeling. But they're the same thing, right? They're just fucking carbon atoms, right? But the organization, the structure, the way that they're together changes them. Even though it's the same thing, there's a magnitude, a regime, molar, molecular, that changes things. This is how we talk about everyday stuff. Gravity. As we talk about it, we're very aware. If you're not aware, by the way, everything is pulling on everything. Every molecule that exists in the world is pulling on every other molecule in gravity. With gravity, the pull's there. Always. All pull is always happening. Every molecule to every other. There's just not a lot of them. There's just not. My hair is pulling on my other hairs. There's just not a lot of it. The Earth, there's a lot of molecules. So we're all kind of being pulled to the Earth. It's the same stuff. It's molecules or the molar. Desire and production is the molecular. At the baseline of things. That's the setup. Social production is the molar. The actualized molar, the social element. This doesn't begin with the family. They're explicit about this throughout chapter 3 and 4, but also chapter 1 and 2. In fact, they're explicit throughout the book in every talk they've given on it, as well as multiple seminars. Yeah. Social production and social investment happens from the moment of birth, not through the family. The family is a vehicle for it. Let's talk about famine. Famine creates insecurity within people who are aware of it. This is socially produced. Social production of a famine. You're hungry. This is insecurity. It feels bad. Dad and mom would be aware of this. They would be acutely aware of how much food that they have, how little food they have, and that they have children, and how they would feed them and themselves. That stress and that lack of food is not hidden from the child. It's just not. It may not be said. During COVID, my son was 2 and 3. We didn't tell him everything. We didn't tell him how daddy lost like a month into the announcement of COVID, like February. It was before the fucking shutdown. I lost a good friend who died. Didn't mean to tell him this. Like, it was sad shit. You don't tell a kid this. He didn't need the specifics. He understood and took in the social realities of the world through us and through our actions. through our neurotic behaviors, wearing a mask, how we behaved, what we talked about, the angles of which we talked about, the lack of food, the how much food, where we were able to eat, how often we cleaned, how often we washed our hands, where we became neurotic, all of those things the child experiences. He doesn't experience them as dad and mom. He experiences the social things. This is the base of D&G's argument of getting away from the idea of mom, dad, me. Mom and dad are vehicles that we experience and we have social investment happen through. So when dad is, and probably their dads, maybe, yeah, probably, yelling about the world and how Mexicans stole a job or how the blacks are doing all the crime, they're not learning about dad. They're learning about the social world and investing in it directly.
Chapter on psychoanalysis and familialism, that for them the body without organs is a genealogical network that isn't familial. They're only partial objects. They're only one thing that's sort of
Jade says, very important to respond to young babies if you can. Kids develop the brain and nervous system from brains and reactions. Yes, they explicitly go into how there's this weird, what's the first thing they say? They have this great line where they say, the first thing a child actually has to repress is the unconscious of his parents, which is a great line. Again, this book's filled with bangers. It's a great line because a child's going to repress my dad's investments. I don't really give a fuck about them. I care about what they're signifying. I care about the social world. That's what I'm investing in. And when people react, when people talk to a child, when they deal with you, how they talk to you, how they do that, it informs everything. Everything. If you ever see a child crying on an airplane, make stupid faces and be silly. Be that person. Be that wonderful person, not just for the parent, but for the child who needs to not experience that this moment of uncertainty is filled with angry faces, which it always is. And they learn not to be quite as loud. They learn not to upset people despite being in intense pain they don't understand. They learn to hide it a little bit more every time. Don't be that.
at the side. They're not these explicit relationships that is mom and that is dad, and that there is a paterfamilias there, and that there is this head of the household. There's no social repression. There's just this sort of precocious network that I'm related to, but I'm not related to. And in fact, we must steal and get rid of and confiscate the Newman, or, you know, as they describe it, they're like, see, God is daddy. You know, this desiring experience has to.
Genuinely, this is a sad misreading now, because now it's they're doing the thing they did yesterday, but in a way that's like depressing. What he's saying is their critique of Freud. They're saying Freud says, and psychoanalysts will do this. You'll go in and they'll go, you have a tough time with your boss? What was your relationship like with your father? That's what psychoanalysis does. That's what psychiatry does very often. Your relationship with mom and dad is the thing. They don't want that. They don't want that. Not in a, we don't want that because it's true. They're like, that's not how it really works. It's, no kid does everything because of his relationship with dad or mom. These things don't work like this anymore. Stop that. And they give a very deep critique over the course of 100 and some pages, breaking it down and tearing it apart. These people, again, are too mentally challenged and incurious and foolish to make their way through it and really understand it. And again, there's resources out there. The QC we have 2 full readings of this fucking book. You could just sit and skip around in on this channel. And they're like the #1 Google result for a lot of people. They're at colleges like this. And this is one result. There's a lot of others, a lot of good shit. But when you don't care, you don't care.
To be done away with. And so instead, our lack and our desire to produce is now in a network that is not as linear and it is not as hierarchical in that structure.
Yeah, as you were saying that, a very annoying quote jumped into my mind. Made me think of the Joker. And it made me think of that scene in The Dark Knight where the Joker is confronting Harvey Two-Face. He says, "I sound like a man with a plan. I just do things." And your description there of like the introduction of the lack into the system
God.
of desiring machines. It's like believing that I need something that I don't have. That's in itself a corruption. In the perfect...
Lack is created through representational desire. Desire produces me. I consume the intensities that are produced. One of those things that happens is the representation of objects, things I want. But the reality of those representations is that they simply are not the correct shape, ever. They're not perfectly molded to the reality of the multifaceted multiplicity that is any singular thing or element or want. If I want a cookie is never going to be the thing that I representationally imagine. It's not how it works. The consumption of the cookie produces lack. Lack is produced in the process of desiring production as an anti-productive force.
World of natural chaotic desiring machines, you would say, yeah, you just want things, and then you're at the level of nature. Like,
no. So first off, Christopher Nolan's not a good movie maker. Sorry. Like, Memento was great the first time, and that's literally the only thing I've ever enjoyed by him. Have fun. Hate me all you want. But to go with the Joker, who is an archetypical chaotic evil written in a movie, and go, oh, that's clearly what they mean. It's a neoconservative film about a superhero. You guys probably love Tim Pool. Fucking useless.
A plan want to photosynthesize photons. Not really. It doesn't desire to do, it just does things. So that's how I try and get my mind around like what they want us to be like.
That's not
and I just wanted to
Don't
say
do
this.
that.
I'm looking at page 79 in my PDF, just to restate what he said here. Yet every psychoanalysis should know that underneath Oedipus, through Oedipus, behind Oedipus, his business is with desiring machines. At the beginning, psychoanalysis could not be unaware of the forcing employed to introduce Oedipus, to inject it into the unconscious. Then Oedipus fell back on and appropriated desiring production, as if all the productive forces emanated from Oedipus itself. The psychoanalysis became the carrier of Oedipus, the great agent of anti-production and desire. And here we return to this idea introduced in the first one. And there's a lot of different ways to interpret this. You were the funniest thing about the first episode was, we made a comment early on that, you read a definition of body without organs and you get 5 different people saying 5 different things. And
when you
even
poorly
in this
research, yes, you
episode,
will.
You and I had like slightly different explanations of what it was. And then I remember just one comment from the chat, I'm like, it's pretty fucking clear what he means by body without organs. And he gave just a completely different outline, just none of it fit
Remember, we had put it on screen last episode that even the wiki page in English is like, it's a fuzzy concept.
Yeah. But I think we got it. But then there's this the
you didn't even come close.
Fall back upon. Now, the way
and the definition I use for it, just to mention, is what is discussed, and it's what's part of general discourse in Deleuze circles. That's it. It's if you're reading online, you're reading people who don't engage this stuff academically and are at best referencing people who do, and at worst simply making shit up on the internet so they can be self-aggrandizing. For example, spending 4 hours reviewing Anti-Oedipus and saying you think you got it when you didn't, like you people.
Imagine that was
we're gonna, because I need a thing to do with my hands, or I'm gonna slowly go fucking out of my mind. I'm gonna be doing my nails. You get to pick. It's like a fire orange lava. As my kid calls it, Bowser lava. And then there's a Barbie pink. And then a very, very nice, like dark purple. So vote away. And when that's done in a minute or two, we'll get it going. Vote. Don't tell me. Just vote. Needs something to do with my hands, because I'm going to be doing this until 2 a.m. at least. We're at least getting through the first hour almost.
He says here, Oedipus fall back on and appropriating desire and production. So it's like something emerges from it and falls back on as if draping it, as if to say, I own this now. So that's a theme that they keep establishing throughout the book. Like something emerges and then rewrites it as if it was that the entire time. So he's very explicitly taking on psychoanalysis.
Yes,
saying, no, you are the originators of the Oedipal problem in society today. And this is something I'd mentioned even on Vanguard's journal, that it's almost impossible, whether we like it or not, that all of us here, even those of us who are hip to this shit, we can't not live in a psychiatric context. We psychoanalyze ourselves and each other all the fucking time. We love calling people insane. We like calling them. How many times have you called someone a narcissist this week or this month? You know, we tend to use psychoanalytic terms. We're so bound up in it. And that I feel like that's what he's saying here, where it's like, it's you people who've injected this obsession with Oedipal systems in all of society, and to the point where these systems have like rewritten history into that's all it's ever been. And so despite all that, they can't explain anything without being firmly locked within that psychoanalysis.
That's exactly their point. That's exactly their point. Think about that for a second, guys, because these guys are racist, transphobic, sexist, blood and soil types. So for him to say this is so self-aware wolf that I just rarely run into it.
Context, because like as you're reading the book, you don't get the sense that they're that concerned with science. They're not.
So he's saying, hey, their critique of Oedipus is that, hey, this you've done this fucked up thing where by putting this organizational idea of how desire works and how people are driven into everything that's happening and into people's daily lives and their repression, that it's bled into everything. And we actually now look through history and we see the Oedipal everywhere. We see Oedipus everywhere. Yes, that's very much their point, that people see the segregative nature of mommy, daddy, me, mom or dad, not me, as a thing. They see this and they begin to learn the separation of the sexes, roles, desire, the segregative nature of things, race, for example, religion, class, preconscious investments of all sorts. And they put it squarely at the foot of psychoanalysis, that this has been bled so deeply into it. And capitalism's happy to take care of it because it creates repression, like these two fucks, inside of the family with us. It's kind of amazing. Not bad. That's not bad.
Not that concerned with history, really. There's not a lot of dates in here. There's not a lot of sources like that. It's very fast and loose with that. So
they have a huge amount of sources. It's called
they seem to employ.
It's called endnotes, where they have numbers and they refer to a huge amount of historical documentation and work in ethnological and anthropological studies. A lot of them, actually.
Harder sciences in a very fuzzy, fluid, in like an interrogation of them, like a psychoanalyst would, which is and I would say that's the basis of all leftist thought. Period. Point blank fucking period. From Lacan right to Zizek to anyone who's on the left right now, the basis of their entire political project is some form of psychoanalysis. They don't seem to have any concern with any other history. Like, political theory is just something they've scaffolded psychoanalysis with.
Yeah, and I think that it's also an important thing to consider when they're talking about how these things get encoded. And I think that how you had described it is that we see these flows or these forms of information get instantly recoded at birth from the family, and we think that that's the way it's always been. That's the form of Oedipal representation. And Deleuze and Guattari talk about this when they're referring to, say, like sexual expression or forms of symbolism, whether that be phallic symbolism, symbolism that is not repressed, and that, primitives they always repress this representation, but they keep the affectation all still present within themselves. And they notice that this is a form of just like.
Do they think DNG are anti-left then? DNG are non-traditional left. And I can make a very big argument that they're anti-tanky, anti all of that shit. I consider them to be universalist, which is what I believe to be the center of leftist movements, but other people don't have that same view. How are they reading the proof against to their statement as they say? Because they are fascists. Again, they're not critical thinkers. They have no concept of what they've read. They know how it makes them feel. They respond to it that way. It's either an effective reactionary reaction of resentment and ick, or in it, they're able to find a place that allows their investments to attach, which they have. There's a lot in D&G that reactionaries can attach to. There's a lot in Marx that reactionaries can attach to as well. Hence, the Marxist-Leninist movement. That's how it works.
Like patriarchal forms of order and system.
Just mentioning, it looks like Orange is winning. Just mentioning.
For them, again, taking psychoanalysis and sort of the Freudian and the Lacanian sense of that, world and that sort of gestalt head on, they say that, we repress this representation. We have to, keep the sexuality in a certain place because that is sort of the Oedipal representation. It is the object of repression because things like incest are prohibited. We always, and it goes back to falling back, that fall back upon rationale. It's desired because it's prohibited, and they think that that's really not perhaps the correct way to look upon this. It's claimed to be prohibited because it's been encoded since the beginning, and they form that out and saying that
as I explained, there is no prohibition of incest inside of primitive cultures, and incest ultimately moves to being the how to put it, to being the right of the sovereign, the despot, the king, exclusively. It's the first time that it's sort of outwardly expressed as such, as an exclusive right. The king is everyone's father or mother, the queen mum, for example, or the king father, fatherland, etc. But also the father can fuck your wife, prima nocta. He can fuck any woman he wants. This changes his existence because it's one of whatever he wants. Incest becomes a thing for him, that consumption of immediate desire. Capital, we have repressive elements of the family to prevent desire from existing in this way. It's a whole complex sort of interaction and thing. But I just got 2 phone calls from, I don't know. I think President Sunday is watching, and he wanted to join. Yeah, ring me if you do. Otherwise, I think he also may just be upset and wanting to vent, which happens to both of us. And right now, I'm fucking feeling it.
These prohibitions are.
At this point, I am going to call it. That is maybe not. Purple's catching up. Barbie Pink's fallen away. So, well, I'll give it a minute. We'll see if either of them, we'll let it go for a little bit.
It's just one type of sexual relations that are blocked paths. So this repression is not born of the traditional understanding of the Oedipal complex in psychoanalysis, but rather instead it is what they call a social psychic repression system that gives rise to it. And they think that this is part of order, this is the part of that representation, that this sexual repression is part in which we see in all societies, more or less, in a way in which order is confounded. And they don't ever consider instinct here. They don't consider...
One moment. Hold on.
Okay,
just hold on. Just hold on for a second. Just chill 1 sec. You are live, by the way.
Oh, fuck. Well, before you make a grave mistake.
I've now muted you. Do you want... You want to write me?
Am I muted now?
You want to write me a text? That was Sunday. I don't think he realized we were live. I wrote him like, "You want to join? I'm live." And then he called me. I assumed he wanted to join. No. I think he's tired and feels like shit. So, give me, I'm going to give him a ring. I'll be right back, everybody. Uh-huh. There we go. There we go. Sunday will be joining us in a moment. How exciting is that? Because I think I'll need someone else helping me. Oh, God. All right. We're going to continue for a minute, and then I'll figure out how to get Sunday in here in a moment. I've got to figure out what am I going to do, because it's like I don't even know. He'll you know what? I'm going to be kind of a dick. This will be fun, but we'll get his voice in here for sure. So let's just keep going.
That maybe screwing someone that's that close to you genetically might have some problems, because
they had no idea about genetics until recently, and even then, that's not actually the concern. And again, pretending like that's the reason for the prohibition is retroactively assigning things that is just absolutely silly.
Even as they point out, looking at certain tribes and elsewhere, that these things don't actually exist, even in the most isolated, least developed parts of the world. And again, that's where they're like, maybe, psychoanalysis here can't answer questions in which we see outside of nature.
It's so funny that they would probably look at the tribe on North Sentinel Island. People who know that, just the tribe of uncontacted people.
The last
who are
uncontacted
hostile
tribe.
to the outside world. They would probably look at them and see them as, traumatized by capitalism. You know what I mean? Like there's nothing on this earth that has escaped the, neurosis of capitalism. You can't find an example of it anywhere right now. I wanted to just call attention to one.
That's just like stupid
comment we have here. Oh, actually a couple of comments by Fabian Cartouche. He wrote,
he's a channel member. Greatly appreciate his contributions.
Because this is going to lead into the next one. This is just third comment. It says the most common mistake among the contemporary parents is to ascribe desiringness to infantile behavior in unwitting acquiescence in a relatively novel consumer ethical framework. I just wanted to lead into this next part with that because we kind of round up the familial thing right here. I'm on page, I think I have it on the screen there. Yeah. It says, go back through the course of the ages. You will never find a child caught in a familial order that is autonomous, expressive, or signifying. Even the nursing child in his games and in his feelings, his chains and his meditations is already caught up in an immediate desiring production where the parents play the role of partial objects, witnesses, reporters, and agents. It is true that.
Remember earlier when I was talking about how parents are sort of the agents of secondary sort of elements of the social world and how the child experiences it through the parents, but it's not the parents they experience. Instead, it's the social. This is the paragraph. He's reading the thing that undoes what he talked about earlier. Again, the absolute lack of critical reading is shocking.
Nothing is pre-Oedipal. and that we must take Oedipus back to the earliest age, but within the order of a repression of the unconscious. We are now able to surmise what Oedipus signifies. It displaces the limit, it internalizes the limit. Rather a society of neurotics than one successful schizophrenic who has not been made autistic. And that might be the line of the episode.
One second, I just want to...
Parents play the role of partial objects, witnesses, reporters, and agents. It is true that nothing is pre-Oedipal, and that we must take Oedipus back to the earliest age, but within the
order of
a repression of the unconscious. We are now able to...
I don't know what he's reading. I don't know. He's on page 100. His version goes, and yet not even in the shadow of transcendent phallus or the unconscious. This is what he's reading. I'm on it right now, and that's not how it goes. I'm going to pause where he fucks up.
Surmise what within the order pre-Oedipal, and that we must take Oedipus back to the earliest age, but within the order of a repression of the unconscious. We are now able to surmise what Oedipus...
We must take Oedipus back to the earliest age, but within the order of a repression of the unconscious. It is equally true that everything within the order of production is an-Oedipal, and that there are non-Oedipal and Oedipal currents that begin as early as Oedipus and continue just as long with another rhythm, in a different mode of operation, in another dimension, with other uses of syntheses that feed the auto-production of the unconscious as orphan, the playful unconscious, the meditative and social unconscious. I actually don't know what the fuck he's reading.
Signifies. It displaces the limit, it internalizes the limit. Rather a society of neurotics.
I mean, I know that's another line, but where the fuck? Rather a society of neurotics. They just skipped 2 pages. It's incredibly... One, don't do this. If he's doing it on accident, don't do this. Like, if he's doing it on accident, don't do this. Be careful. But you can't do this on accident. He's skipping the end of the paragraph, the entire next page, and the beginning of the next page after that. Which is there's a lot of stuff in the middle there.
Than one successful schizophrenic who has not been made autistic. And that might be the line of the episode. I can see that some people latch. Rather a society of neurotics than one successful schizophrenic who has not been made autistic.
The language here is troublesome because, as I mentioned in the last stream, schizophrenia was a huge umbrella term that kind of meant non-normative mental state. Didn't mean schizo as we talk about it, or as people refer to it as weird, wacky, random connection, free-flowing thoughts. It's not the point. For them, they're saying, to re-say this, it is better that we have a society filled with neurotics who are self-hating and in pain mentally than have one successful, mentally non-normative people who didn't collapse and ended up in an asylum. That's what they mean. Society would rather have all of us neurotic. And when I say neurotic, like we all are, we live in a space of neurotic sort of nutcase shit. But their point is that's better for capitalism than one person who breaks the mold and isn't expelled. Right? That's what I was actually saying. Again, they don't have the ability to read this book apparently, so I don't know.
That's the literally me for some of these guys. Oedipus, the
not.
Incompatible instrument of gregariousness, is the ultimate private and subjugated territoriality of European man. I found that interesting that he used European man so distinctly there, because you don't see much of a concern for race or ethnicity elsewhere there. I think maybe they're admitting that they can only really understand the European point of view in this, but
when a European man goes out in the world, his form of control is through Oedipus. It's the mommy, daddy, me, familialism. Very particular type of familialism that, for example, doesn't exist actually in a lot of the rest of the world differently. They have families. I'm not saying they don't have families, but there's a familialism of the nuclear family that exists in the West that is deeply unique. That's what they're referring to. So.
It does make you wonder, because they are leftists, if they see.
And Jad says, with modern medicine, even people with schizophrenia can be neurotic now. It's fair. Schizophrenia, by today's definition, has nothing to do with this book almost. That's it's welcome to how the DSM and mental definitions have changed over the last 50 years. It's kind of nuts.
The European man as uniquely bad or uniquely autistic and neurotic.
Well, and it's also a way to slyly approach and attack this from the lens of confronting psychoanalysis. Because before you even get into the chapter on psychoanalysis, it's that they desire to complete the task, like, to this Oedipal complex. They have to explain it. Oedipus is the modern tyrant, has benefited very little from being disinfected from its the world of psychoanalysis. So instead, we have to look at the parental complex. We have to look at encoding from parental structure. And so that's what they say is that, quote, hence, instead of participating in an undertaking that will bring about genuine liberation, psychoanalysis is taking part in the work of bourgeois repression at its most far-reaching level. That is to say, keeping European humanity harnessed to the yoke of daddy mommy and making no effort to do away with this problem once and for all. And so they see even this form of psychoanalysis, which a lot of guys on the right would be like, how could you, hate psychoanalysis from the left? And it's like, oh boy, these guys are going to tell you.
Yeah, because it's not deconstructive enough is their idea, which to me, at least I respect that. I respect, because, for the same reason I would respect someone like Pentti Linkola, the deep ecologist and eco-fascist, as the only reputable and serious environmentalist. Because if you're seriously an environmentalist, you have to think about it all the way to the bottom and be extreme to the point where you want to break all the airplanes with hammers and go back to sort of a Tyler Durden.
Mostly people hate cars if they're environmentalists. Airplanes are actually, as far as it goes, not terrible. It's not as bad as cars as a thing. Trains are better, but this has nothing to do with it. Primarily, these things you're talking about are actually distant down the line to the corporate polluters that are doing it massively. It's one of the things you can start identifying and seeing how they talk about Oedipus and how we have this trick played on us, because the trick of Oedipus is teaching us that our problems begin with us, that repression is within us first. That's what Oedipus teaches us, that we must, as Jordan Peterson would say, clean your own room first, because that will fix society. But that's not really how it works. Repression begins socially. All these things begin in mass. And environmental pollution is like a really good example of this. The aggregate reality of cars and the amount of pollution cars do is significant, sure. But me as a person, even all of us put together in our own footprints, they're not great. But that's not the thing. You know what it is? Agriculture, agribusiness at large. A lot of factory work, big time. But agribusiness is huge. It's like one of the worst polluters in the world by a wide margin. Huge amounts. But they spent money on the first recycle campaign when I was young. They've been doing this for years, trying to teach us that you can make a difference. You're the one. You should work on it yourself. Please don't pay attention to the man behind the curtain with the cows farting and polluting the world. And this is what they do.
Agrarian society, and also reduce the population by about 5 billion people worldwide. But that, if you're serious about
Barbie Pink is now winning.
it, and if you're really into nature and trees and shit, that's as far as you got to go. Similarly, if
purple pulls back ahead, I'll redo the poll with the 2. Otherwise, it's going to be Barbie Pink in 2 minutes.
If you take Marxism seriously, like these guys do, and you thought about it all the way to the bottom, it's like, well, yeah, you need to destroy everything. And if you are a psychoanalyst, your job needs to be deconstructing on a very, very granular psychological level, everything. And if you're not doing that, then you're not a leftist. And, like when I read this, I say, well, that's what you would do if you were taking these ideas seriously. So if you don't believe this, well, I guess you're not a leftist. You're some kind of you're just like a liberal who hates their landlord, right? But at least this is crazy enough to be, serious about what they say. Oh, Vulpus Persona says fight farm. Just want to call attention to that.
Yeah, I mean, in my copy of the text, European is mentioned 5 specific times, and it is all within the discussion about civilization and as well as repression with respects to the Oedipal complex. So, for instance, when they talk about religion specifically, they talk about the imminent forces about capitalism, specifically the way in which we talk about debt. They refer to this, of course, through this describes the evolution of infinite death through Catholicism, then the Reformation, the extreme spiritualization of the despotic state, the extreme internalization of the capitalist field. Define bad conscience. The latter is not cynicism's contrary. It is, in private reasons, the correlate to cynicism of social persons. All the cynical tactics of bad conscience, just as Nietzsche and Lawrence and Miller analyzed them to arrive at the definition of civilized European man, the hypnosis and the rain of images, the torpor they spread, the hatred of life and all that is free, all that passes and flows, the universal effusion of the death instinct, depression and guilt used as a mean of contagion, the kiss of the vampire. Aren't you ashamed to be happy? So attacking the force of the church, and even then its Protestant descendants.
It was funny that there's several times, because once you get to the
attacking the Protestant church. Let's take a moment. Fucking Christ, these fucking people, man. One, it's not attacking the Protestant church, you stupid children. It's attacking church. All of it. It's not Protestant church. He's not a fan of the Catholics. He's not gonna start pushing Judaism or Islam or other shit. Grow up. The extreme spiritualization of the despotic state and the extreme internalization of the capitalist field define bad conscience. This is a phrase that's very important. This is our friend Spinoza. Bad conscience. Nietzsche too, also. Ressentiment. Internal repression. The ascetic image that you place for yourself. This setup, as he says, and as he's playing with, the latter is not cynicism's contrary. It is, in private persons, the correlate of the cynicism of social persons. All cynical tactics of bad conscience. Just as Nietzsche, then Lawrence and Miller analyzed them to arrive at a definition of civilized European man. And civilized is intended to be deeply, deeply fucking sardonic when they say it. They're not just saying, this is civilized. They're like, this is civilized. They're laughing about the term civilized because civilized is properly repressed. Sure shot. Big Pink stealing the election for purple. Make nail polish great again. Thank you for that sure shot. Absolutely lovely. And it is going to be Big Pink. I am going to do a purple though on each hand, just because I'm a fan of the purple. Grizzler, thank you for the 5 memberships. It's a lot of people A lot of people tonight getting good Deleuze. Sunday did not run. Don't start with that. Sunday's had a very long day.
The middle of this book.
And this last night, if you can imagine like how tiring this is. Poor Sunday, like a trooper, puts up with me, and I'm fucking terrible to deal with. I'm no fun. Because I'm dealing with these guys, and then he gets something slightly wrong, so I go off on tangents, and he's having to tarry with that and deal with it. I'm tiring. It's like, relax, let the man be.
Book. There's a lot. It kind of restates its central points that we're trying to give people right now, but it almost twists itself up, where like it'll start talking about the Catholic Church. And you think you know where it's going. It's like, okay, the Catholic Church is the worst offender of this. So it's like, no, actually, it's the Protestants. You're like, oh, okay. Like it's trying to do these like plot twists within itself, just to slip you up. You think you know where we're going, but we got some. It's deeper than you think. It's more confusing and convoluted than you think. And at a certain point, you're like,
have they never read
Nietzsche?
Nietzsche?
Fucking with me now. You're just trying
That's
to
sad.
You're making
Imagine being a reactionary and not reading like
just add depth. I think we had discussed this a while ago and discussing the book, that it kind of starts repeating itself midway through. A lot of the best stuff, in my opinion, is in the beginning, but it's almost like
that's
a
because you're dumb.
Midway through. Would you say that's true?
To some extent, I think that it does really expand itself out, where you really see this as a critique. And I think if you're going to look at this from maybe a rightist perspective, where this is really attacking European man, like this is attacking sort of what we would probably just call like the white Western world, and you know, and it's sort of attacking, you know, psychoanalysis by saying like, no, this doesn't do it.
As a tip, here's how it works: the white Western world isn't a thing. That's the fun part. Whiteness, as it exists, and this is the whole problem with it. It's not about this. It ain't this. The skin color. This ain't the thing. This ain't it. Whiteness is an ephemeral category created to actually have a white world, white power, white things, and a power structure in order to create an otherness in everyone else. That's how the concepts, how you're using the concept right now. It's meant to attack white Western culture. Which one? Which one, you stupid fucks? Like, yeah, the Irish are just as white as the British. That's not a thing. My bloodline would not have liked me saying that. You stupid assholes.
Do a good enough job at deconstructing.
So here we go. I've got a
Hello.
Sunday.
Sorry about the delay.
You're fine. Welcome. How are you doing?
I have spent the entire day moving furniture, and I feel like I'm about to die. So,
well, that sounds.
Actually, I want to watch two reactionary blowhards badly read French philosophy for a few minutes. That's great. No worries.
Sunday's coming through my loop back. Don't talk for a second, otherwise I have to mute you, and I don't want to deal with the stress. Give me just a minute. My fucking whole system is all fucking stupid. All right. Now you can say hi Sunday now.
Hi Sunday now.
There we go. I know you couldn't hear me. We figured out my audio issues Sunday. This happened last night on the stream. I don't know if you weren't there because, I mean, you're probably a rational person who decided to go to bed at a reasonable time. But we figured it out. But, you know.
You might think so, but really I was watching movies ruined by AI, so.
Do you find those entertaining?
I love them. If they're good. A lot of them are just like, oh, they're smoking a firecracker over and over again. But some of them are weird.
Yeah. Okay. So let's see. I'll catch you up what you missed, because you missed a lot. Okay.
Okay.
We are currently an hour into 2.5 hour video, and I've been going for now 3.5 hours.
Yeah, I saw that.
So this might be a late stream. I might fry. Actually,
This might be a late stream.
Well, it might be a later stream. I might fry and stop because they're just they're just utter garbage. Like yesterday was bad and it's more of the same, but they're doing a lot of the like, he says a thing and then like the first thing he literally went to a paragraph that said the opposite. Like plainly the opposite, not like in a weird way where it's like, hey, don't you understand? But like the words are literally the opposite. So he's using a lot of shit wrong. It's just all over the fucking place. It's terrible.
I mean, we talked about this last night, and it's like, here's the thing. I have some modest capacities in this area. I find Anti-Oedipus extremely difficult.
Me too, and I have a lot of capacities.
Although he does get deceptively clearer as he goes on at times. The section on machines that I'm currently finishing off for a bit is actually helping quite a bit.
Yeah.
He's more poetic in the opening, and he gets a little bit more specific later on. But then he also has a lot of references to things that someone who's really up on psychoanalytic writings would recognize, and that normal people would not. But the consequence, when you're reading through it, a lot of it doesn't make sense. Doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. Actually, it just doesn't make sense as you're reading it, because you don't have the key that tells you what all this stuff means.
Because there isn't one. They specifically went out of their way to write in a way that requires ultimately a lot of other reading. Like they just finished reading a bit where they're talking about good and bad conscience, which is just Spinoza. Like they're just revisiting Spinoza through Nietzsche right here.
Yeah.
And these guys have no concept of Spinoza or Nietzsche, obviously. And so they're just like, oh, it means he hates the Protestants.
But even with like, well, here's the thing too. Like even with someone like Spinoza, it's like Spinoza does something really weird with desire, which is he gets rid of it, but he still talks about it. And so at a certain level, there's like a weird thing going on where the thing that is meant in common parlance by desire, which does involve lack, is removed from the equation, but the word is still being used. And so there's still that echo of it there. And so when they go into it this way, and they'll be explicit about it later on, but when they go into it in a very Spinozist way, the way they do, that's really confusing, because you think desire, you think, oh, a thing wants another thing, which it doesn't have, because if it had it, it wouldn't desire it, it would have it. So what do you do with this really convoluted mess of stuff? Because it's in the midpoint of a very, very long conversation. You picked purple. That was a mistake. You should have gone with the lava. That balances the pink more. But
the purple with the pink.
We make mistakes.
Excellent.
We make mistakes to learn from them.
The purple with the pink is excellent. You're wrong.
I think.
Haven't we talked about this? You've said multiple times that I'm far more gay
purple with
than you.
pink.
You've said I'm far more gay than you. That's one of my favorite moments.
I said you're far more of a common word for gay than me. That's not the same thing.
I know. I know, but it's always made me laugh because it's you're not the only person who's like actually in the, because I'm not actively any of these things, but I've been told it before where I'm like, Brooks, you really need to tool it down, and I'm like, tool what down? They're like, kind of a little gay. I'm like, wait, aren't you?
I mean, you're kind of outshining your logo here, so like that's something to think about.
Hey,
but
I outshine everything.
There you go. But yeah, I know, right? So show up at your.
It's mostly the oily skin.
Show up at your kid's school to intimidate the bullies. They won't know what they're looking at.
I'd love it.
But we digress. So you have this convoluted thing. And you got two options. You can go, fuck, I'm not ready for this, and go read something else. Or you can go, oh, see, look, it is bullshit. Let's laugh at the bullshit. Haha, they said poo poo pee pee. That's so funny.
Well, see, and you're missing the worst parts of today. Have you been listening for the last few minutes?
No, I just got in.
Okay, I'm gonna just rewind a little bit, and you're gonna enjoy.
Oh,
let me.
You'll have to share your screen now.
I am.
Okay, we'll share faster. There's people watching. This is embarrassing.
I am embarrassing all the time, and I enjoy it. Thank you very much. Let's see. Why is none of this? This is hilarious. There it is. Boom. And go boom. There you go.
Okay, let's see this.
The church is the worst offender of this. It's like, no, actually, it's the Protestants. Like, oh, okay. Like it's trying to do these like plot twists within itself just to slip you up. Like you think you know where we're going, but we got some. It's deeper than you think. It's more confusing and convoluted than you think. And then at a certain point, you're like, oh, you're just fucking with me now. You're just trying to you're making this. You're digging this deeper to just add depth. I think we had discussed this a while ago and discussed in the book that it kind of starts repeating itself midway through. A lot of the best stuff, in my opinion, is in the beginning, but it's almost like a novelty midway through. Would you say that's true?
To some extent, I think that it does really expand itself out where you really see this as a critique. And I think if you're going to look at this from maybe a rightist perspective, where this is really attacking European man, like this is attacking sort of what we would probably just call like the white Western world.
Hang on, what page is he on?
You know, and it's
102. Oh, wait, he just finished reading 268. 268. The bad conscience, the use of religion as the agent of bad conscience.
Okay, yeah, that's a little ahead of me, but that's okay.
It doesn't matter.
This is really attacking. What is a European man?
European white men.
No, he said European man.
No, he said white.
No, I've seen the History Channel. European man can be black.
He said white though.
Did he say white?
Really see this as a critique. And I think if you're going to look at this from maybe a rightist perspective, where this is really attacking European man, like this is attacking sort of what we would.
No, he said. No. Hang on. Oh, never mind.
And and
there it is.
Sort of attacking psychoanalysis by saying like, no, this doesn't do a good enough.
It's like when I said at the beginning, hey, by the way, just say like someone was like, what was this? I'm like, they said that Deleuze wants us all to be trans schizos, and when he goes, that's a direct quote. I'm like, technically it's not, but I'm not going to use the slur they're using. So it's like that. It's like they just said white people. Like they didn't. Oh wait, they did. Like they just are the thing. It's kind of amazing.
All right, press on.
Job at deconstructing sort of the symbolic and imaginary structures in which information in our conscience flows. But instead, they go even further. They say, well, actually, no, that this sort of resentment is only going to go against ourselves.
Resentment.
And this projection now attacks the other,
Resentment.
which reinforces civilization, which reinforces oppression. And, they say things like, oh, well, the father's dead. It's my fault. Well, who killed him? Well, actually, it's your fault. It's the Jews. It's the Arabs. It's the Chinese. All the resources of racism and segregation. The abject desire to be loved. The whimpering.
Holy shit. They've just taken that insanely out of context. That's wild.
Not at being loved enough and not being understood, concurrent with the whole reduction of sexuality to the dirty little secret. He says the priest's psychology. There's not a single one of these tactics does not find Oedipus in its land of milk and honey, its good provider, nor is there a single one of these tactics that does not serve to develop in psychoanalysis, the latter being the development in the avatar of the ascetic, as in ascesis, as in fasting, that ideal.
Have they?
And again, this is their criticism of
the answer is gonna be no, but ask your question.
Yeah, it is. But have they like given their opinions on Nietzsche yet?
Dude, do you think they fucking have read Nietzsche after what they just said?
God, no. But like, these
how
are
pathetic do you have to be as a reactionary?
These are
this is what I said.
But they're reactionary theory heads. It's like Nietzsche's.
That's what I said.
You're Ronald McDonald. That's.
It's like imagine you haven't read Nietzsche. I said that right before you called in. That's magic. Thank you very much, Sunday. That's fantastic. Because it is embarrassing.
I like how you pronounced it resentment.
God damn it. I love it.
Resentiment's the fash maker.
I think a few times I did catch kids saying resentment, and I started because I think his chat was giving him shit for pronouncing it funny.
He's never said. He says resentiment, and then he just started saying resentment.
Yeah, I kept correcting him, being like, you have to say resentiment. Have to, because that's the fucking point. Resentiment.
Exactly.
psychoanalysis. And in fact, we actually need something different. We need schizoanalysis, and we need to look at what does it mean to be a schizophrenic in a world of constant reterritorialization and encoding of oppression and structure.
Oh yeah,
and
I forgot.
This
book is How to Be a Schizophrenic. I forgot about that.
And also capitalism, which encodes information.
What? Where did they say what? What?
Yeah,
Capitalism
encodes.
We need to look
That's
at
weird
what does it
because
mean
I
to be a
remember that
schizophrenic
having
in a
different
world
letters in it when they said that.
of constant reterritorialization and encoding of oppression and structure. And instead, we have to find a way to free ourselves from a world of capital and a world of schizoanalysis, and instead, or of psychoanalysis, and instead embrace a new medium of looking at the world, which is the schizophrenic.
It's incredible. I didn't pause.
You there, Dimes?
I was on mute again. There we go. Sorry.
There you go.
Yes,
they're really stupid.
As good a place to launch into
I
the
mean,
next part,
are
but
they
there
though?
is
Because
one-
here's the thing. Like, they're improvising pretty well considering they clearly have no idea what the fuck they're reading on the page, and they're far in. The lava would have worked better.
The lava works fine, but again, I give the people what they want. They voted this way. Lava was last. Fuck off.
They aren't people.
Did you even vote?
Their chat. It's the vote
No,
isn't
my
yet.
chat is people.
No, I don't interfere with foreign elections.
one like chunk of text I wanted to read just because it sounds pretty wild and I want people to see it, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, go for it.
This is sort of in between Oedipus and schizoanalysis. I'm just going to read it. It says, one then claims to make history with these two entities, these two puppets, the great crustacean and the crazy invertebrate. Oedipus is placed at the beginning. On the one side, there's the great man, defined Oedipally. So he killed his father in a murder without end, either to annihilate him and identify with the mother, or to internalize him, to take his place.
Like, he's just skipping words and sentences. He's been doing it the whole time. Both of them have. This one's really bad at it. Like, straight up, and I'm not making fun of him for dyslexia. It explains a great deal of how they get to the position.
Well, but hang on. But it's not dyslexia. Dyslexia is like when you.
Oh no, there's a lot of versions of it. There's a lot of ways that it works.
I get that. It's just like dyslexia doesn't make you read the bold titles in a different font in a different format of a sentence above a sentence as part of the sentence.
Sure, it does.
Does it?
Yeah, I mean, it's there's a lot of it's how people train themselves when they're dyslexic to read, because they have to make up for how their brain is interpreting signals. It surfaces in a lot of different ways. It's not just
I'm not denying that, but like, that's weird. I've never seen that before, where somebody reads like the title of a thing continuously with the sentence when it's clearly.
Well, he just said, one then claims to make history with these two entities, these two puppets, the great crustacean, the crazy invertebrate. Oedipus is placed at the beginning. On the one side, and he's just skipping. On the one side, there's the great man defined Oedipally. So he killed the father in a murder without end, either to annihilate him and identify with the mother, to internalize him, take his place, reach reconciliation. In any case, the great man is already great because it just goes on. This entire piece.
Here's this giant enemy crab, which is all I'm getting from the crustacean line, completely denuded of context.
I'm not going to go into explaining what is a very complicated section.
That's okay.
It's very frustrating to see how these guys are doing this. I mean, I'm sure.
How would you hypothetically, if you were to talk to these guys, how would you start?
I already did. I'm assuming they're going to watch this. I mean, they certainly.
Do you think people like this like seek out people to criticize them harshly?
Oh,
yeah. I'm pretty
they
sure
live in a
like
place of insecurity. Certainly.
No. There's different kinds of insecurity though. There's the kind of insecurity where you seek out people who are talking about you because you can't handle the
Someone is
paranoia
going to comment. Someone's going to comment with this video.
Look,
the people at the QC do this all the time because they like starting drama with other.
Yeah, but here's the thing that you're missing out. This is the part you're missing though. I looked because I was curious because I wanted to see what they were saying if they had talked about it. They don't have a Discord page. These people are avoidant of interaction with people on the outside. These ain't bold These ain't the fighting type. Is my intuition here.
I don't think that they're the fighting type. I don't think they're bright enough to kind of get that far. But yeah.
All right.
Place to reach a reconciliation.
And just
In any
we'll
case,
see if
the
how
great
much I
man
have to
is already
explain.
great
I really
because
don't
for
want to
good or
explain a
for
lot
evil,
of this.
he has found a certain original solution to the Oedipal conflict. Hitler annihilates the father and unleashes in him the forces of the bad mother. Luther internalizes the father and reaches a compromise with the superego. On second order, this time collective, the encounter can therefore take place between Luther, the 16th century Christians, or between Hitler and the German people, with corresponding elements that do not necessarily imply identity. Hitler plays the role of the father through homosexual transfusion and in relation to the female crowd. Luther plays the role of woman in relation to God of the Christians. Oedipus depends on this sort of nationalistic, religious, racist sentiment, and not the reverse.
One sec, I just have to figure out where he jumped to.
Oh, is he just jumping to random pages?
Well, this isn't even in that paragraph, I don't think.
What page is that on, that paragraph you have on the screen?
102.
How are they getting to 102 in like... Because the last one was what, 2.5 hours as well?
He started this today. He started it with the last section of chapter 3. Like, they're fucking useless. Where is the comment? I don't even know what he's reading now.
Verse is not the father who's projected onto the boss, but the boss who is applied to the father, either in order to tell us you will not surpass your father or you will surpass him to find our forefathers. Lacan, Jacques Lacan, has demonstrated in a profound way the link between...
I'm glad they
Oedipus
disambiguated that. I was worried they were talking
now,
about a
I
different
really just
Lacan.
wanted to read that to talk about, what was it? Hitler plays the role of father through homosexual transfusion.
He jumped
That's
an
one of
entire
those
page again. He skipped all of the rest of the page 102, went to 104. Like, it's incredible. Like, how do you...
Well, it's like the problem with Anti-Oedipus, just as a book for people trying to read it, is that it's at the tail end of a tremendous amount of work where they clarify things, where other philosophers clarify things, and they expect like a high buy-in to get it, like a really high buy-in to get it. You'd think it, like, under those conditions, you wouldn't, skip entire books worth of material that conditions everything they're saying.
And I want to see how he analyzes it.
Refuses to elaborate and leaves type of comment. I don't remember them kind of explaining what that is, but I just think I know it now. Everyone else should know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I think that's sort of, and I can't help.
They're speaking of the nature of the great man in the crowd and the fallacy of the great man and how it operates. That you have sort of the great man who's leading, making movements, but the crowd and the crab, the crustacean, moves sideways, never forward. That the nature of these investments, again, are pre-conscious, unconscious investments.
Help but think of Jordan Peterson, and I feel so awful for saying that. But at the same time, you mentioned crustaceans. I guess I'm going to make the assumption or make that connection. But I mean, yeah, it is something that they just don't go any
It's just
further
like
on
it's just
all.
like
They don't
Dune,
explain
but
on
with
these
giant
things
crabs.
at all. So they just they're like, well, on one hand, you have to take a look at it. So he killed the father, murder without end, then to annihilate him, da 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 da. And it's just like, can't you see how this process has been continued on from ages to ages? Can't you see how this is always going to happen unless we break free? This is why Wilhelm Reich is asking that question. Why did people vote for fascism? Because they want the father figure that will actually be the Oedipal figure that will kill the other. And that's sort of their attempt at answering the question: why did people want, fascism?
No,
or why did people vote for Donald Trump? Why did?
That's not it at all. It's not it at all. You stupid fucking moron. To say, well, what Deleuze and Guattari are doing by writing a book called Anti-Oedipus
In the
is
Age
they're
of Trump. Anti-Oedipus in the Age of Trump. Sorry.
They're saying
That's
that
the obligatory
Trump,
subtitle.
they're saying Oedipus is real for fascists. No. They're saying Oedipus is real for nobody. They're saying it's the lie through which we see the lens, and stupid fucks like you specifically, go, I just wanted a daddy and you're dumb. That's dumb. They agree it's dumb. Read the fucking book and stop skipping fucking pages. God damn it, dude. Just God damn it.
By the way, I am making an imperialist decision, and viewers of these are going to be called collective crabs. Okay.
No.
Of these streams, yeah, your audience, your chat is now called. They are now called collective crabs. Just
Not
because
a
I've done
thing.
that, it's
I've
won. It's over. It's over already, guys. Post crabs if you're collective crabs now.
If you post crabs, I will ban you.
Do it, cowards.
I will. Try me. I'm not fucking around. You know, everyone knows I'm not fucking around in chat. It's not gonna be crabs and squids. That ain't our thing. That is not our thing. Sorry.
Sorry, Brooks, but you got crabs.
Okay. And you are in timeout.
God damn it. This is bullshit.
Even Sunday. Don't fuck with me. Palm Dad, I'll let you go because it happened before I threatened everyone. We're not doing that. That's a mascot totalization is not a thing I'm interested in.
Do people not want illegals in their country or want eggs and gas to be cheaper? Well, for them, it's this like really sick carnal desire to like kill your dad. Da, da, da. And it's just like, no, it's way more simple than that. But thank you for telling me how I'm awful and oppressed.
Well, and what's
That's really fucking stupid.
Can you replay that?
That's amazing.
I need to absorb that again.
See how this is always going to happen unless we break free? This is why Wilhelm Reich is asking that question. Why did people vote for fascism? Because they want the father figure that will actually be the Oedipal figure that will kill the other. That's sort of their attempt at answering the question. Why did people want, fascism? Or why do people vote for Donald Trump? Why do people not want illegals in their country or want eggs and gas to be cheaper? Well, for them, it's this like really sick carnal desire to like kill your dad. Da, da, da. And it's just like, no, it's way more simple than that. But thank you for telling me how I'm awful and oppressed.
I really like how they chose eggs as the example.
I really like how he ends it with the right response, which is, no, thank you. It's actually more simple than that, which is exactly what D&G would say and what Anti-Oedipus is saying.
Yeah.
Jimbo's now in timeout for a minute.
Well, and what's interesting is, I know you've mentioned lack a couple of times, but I don't think they outright say this in the book, but it would seem that at the heart of the problem is this entire idea of love. The entire idea of love would be the source of all man's troubles, because what is the desire to love and to be loved and to reproduce as an innate human drive is like the ultimate corruption, because seeking out love is like the ultimate lack, or feeling lonely is the ultimate lack. And so like the idea, like some people would say in a truly anarchistic society, you have to learn.
What?
Wow. People voted for Trump because they wanted to, and they believed it would be the better outcome for the country. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the reason. It's not a trick of ideology. It's not that they were fooled or anything. I believe Trump lies, but they chose to believe him. But that's not where the trick is, and it's not a trick in that sense. He lied, and they believed him. That's a choice. Biden lied, but we knew he was lying. Some people didn't. Kamala fucking lied her ass off. But that's the way it goes.
I'm just fascinated by... So, like, this again, it actually goes back to what we were talking about really early. This idea of the sort of concept of desire that is sort of stamping over a concept of desire that involves necessarily some kind of lack. And they're sort of, just to go back to Bergson again, like there is no such thing as a disorder. There is just an order that doesn't interest us. So when they're talking about desire as not involving lack, they're not saying, and actually, just so you know, guys, you don't actually feel like you lack a thing or want a thing. That's obviously a thing. People talk about it. They do that. What they're talking about is, when you're talking about desire, you're not talking about this magnetic force towards something that isn't there that you feel right now as someone who's separated from your desires, as if this was simply a facet or a faculty of something else.
No, I mean, even for Lacan, lack, as he explains it, lack is the fount. It's the cleaving that allows desire to exist. That creates libido. It's not that you desire lack. That's not how that works. And Jimbo, you should be able to type again. I was just fucking around. I feel bad now. I feel bad.
You should.
Well, I don't feel bad for muting you.
You know what that heart looks like, though? Kind of reminds me of something.
If you type crab, I'm gonna fuck you up.
I'm not gonna type crab. I'm gonna post a crab. Oh, god damn it.
You still muted?
I'm still muted.
Yeah.
How long am I muted for?
Maybe a while. Maybe a while. Like 5 minutes.
Learn how to love other people, but I think it's important to establish that in this ideal world, there is no such thing as love, really. And I think that's a good way to launch into schizophrenia.
Palm Dead says, it's hard for me to understand why people who didn't vote for Trump the first 2 times did the third. Really? Okay, so here I sit. I can explain it to you. I'm not saying these people are complicated. It doesn't have to be. Joe Biden should have fucking stepped down 2 years into his fucking presidency. Flatly.
By all accounts and according to nature, he probably shouldn't have survived his presidency.
He probably shouldn't have. He 100% shouldn't have run. And 100% there should have been a primary. That's the reality of the situation. Anyone who disagrees with that sucks. And they're sycophants for the Democrats in the same way Trump has them. Those people exist. You're telling me you don't understand why people would be angry about that and go, fuck it, fuck you, I'm voting for him? I get it.
There's revenge votes by lefties over the Gaza issue.
There's a lot of reasons. Yeah. But also, it's worth noting, generally speaking, people didn't vote for him the third time who didn't the first 2. Like, there's new voters who did because they weren't 18 for the first 2 elections, which is actually where he gained the most votes. Most people just didn't vote for Kamala, who needed to. They just weren't aroused, as I like to say. That's it. When you fail to get organizers to be aroused to fight for you, you lose. That's how it works. And we already did one of those elections. I was in it. I was in 2 of them. 2020 and 2022. Both elections were 100% holy shit, fear, we'll get through this. I've got to work. I've got to kill myself to get this. We've got to defeat the fascists. I didn't have it in me this time. I didn't phone bank almost at all. Like I tried.
I think everyone was very lethargic this time.
Oh no, they deeply. I mean, I tried, and I just got people who they'd ask well, why should I? And I didn't have it in me to be enthusiastic. I didn't have it to go, well, the reality is, which I did the first 2 times. Oh, we need to get out, fight for Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, who's really important because we really have to get out there and make sure that we have a Democrat and blah, blah, in Washington's 1st district. I could do that. But 2 elections in a row is, I think, all I had. And I'm not alone in that. I know a lot of people who fought for Bernie both times around and in 2022 who are constant. They didn't have the energy this time. They just can't again. Especially when it's the questions you'd get. Someone asked me flat out, with everything in Gaza, how do you support that?
Well, that's the thing too. It's you can make the argument hey guys, look, Trump will be worse. But then you look at the scales, and it's at a basic emotional level, it's like, yeah, sure. But not in a way that would change the color of the situation in any way, shape, or form, given what I'm focusing on. Like, it's like, look, guys, it could be 100,000 innocent people dead, or 150,000 innocent people dead, and they're not going to be nice to these people. It's like, yeah.
And imagine, for those I know people who are what you're talking about, Palm Dad, who voted against Trump explicitly, hate the man, and then voted for him this year, despite hating him. And it's a combination of a misogyny, clearly, a repulsion to women, but also they saw their interests in other parts of the Trump campaign. Trump bringing in Tulsi Gabbard, for example. The Cheneys endorsing Kamala Harris, that cost.
Oh yeah.
Period.
And also the Satan
and
the Prince
RFK.
Of Darkness.
I hate to say it, fucking RFK pulled people in.
And Hitler rose from the grave to endorse them. He's famous.
No, RFK was actually a big deal for a lot of Midwestern white women and men, because the thing that they've fallen down the Facebook rabbit holes. It's all everything's killing you, all the food's bad, everything's dying, autism from vaccines, blah, 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 all this shit. And from their position, he's going to change all of that. Again, I don't believe it's possible. I don't believe he's going to do that. I think it's silly. And I think...
That's because you don't have a cognition-enhancing worm in your brain.
Well, I think it's hilarious that the first thing he did after all of that is eat McDonald's with Trump, as Trump basically cucked him in front of the world. I find that hilarious. And it's just proof of where they stand and what they're doing. He doesn't care. So it's... RFK isn't stupid. He was on Ring of Fire. RFK is not very bright. He's an effective litigator, but that doesn't make someone bright. I know a lot of smart people who are not bright. That's a real fucking thing, by the way. It's a real fucking thing. So
people are surprised to learn that people who have basic social competency can actually be very stupid at the same time. People think they can gauge like how intelligent somebody is because they seem to speak in a lucid and quick way. Yeah, it doesn't mean much. A lot of people like that. Yeah.
They see in Biden the widening of wars with everything with Ukraine. They don't have an understanding of international politics or war in any way. And they vote where their interests are. Their interests come in two ways. One is revolutionary or paranoid investments of their unconscious. In this case, we're actually talking about a general paranoid investment. Possibly revolutionary, possibly. But the preconscious understanding of their position and the changes of what they see as their interests. And they see them. And they saw it in Trump that they did not in Tulsi. I don't know anyone who saw their interests in, not Tulsi, in Kamala. I don't know anyone who saw their interests in her. I know people who saw their interests not in Trump. It's not the same fucking thing.
Well, that's the thing, though. Like Biden's election the first time around was I am the guy who will beat Trump vote. Now it's, I'm not the guy who will beat Trump vote, but here's my uncharismatic DEI plan B. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it was not good. And then again, the skipping of everything and they call it anointing her, which again is what happened, but it's the same thing. Like if Biden had won and bowed out right after the election, it would go to Kamala. Like that's the reality of it. So it's like a lot of dumb shit, but whatever. Brooks, what's your opinion on the difference between smart and bright? There are people who are very, they have a lot of capabilities and potential in how their brain works. It's a thing people are taught early how to do things and be active. They're able to visit in sort of the Spinoza sense. They're able to deal with power externally, exert power on things with their mind. And reading books, doing things, visiting the world. This thing is a muscle that has to be working. At some point, then this is where the break is. They continue doing those things that they've always done, but they don't understand change needs to happen. To me, someone who is a bright person, who's able to, as the reason I use the term, they're able to see in that darkness and miasma and make adjustments. He's not that. He hasn't changed his opinions on a huge number of things, despite all the science fighting against him, because he is conspiracy pilled and resents a huge amount of the world because he's born to the fucking Kennedys, for God's sake. Like, that's the Kennedys. This is an outsider to us. Yeah. That's just how silly that is. Yeah. Just a silly idea.
Milo Yiannopoulos. Back before the cocaine destroyed.
Oh yeah, the straight Catholic guy.
Not smart.
Yeah.
Not smart.
Not
bright.
smart.
Not smart.
Very bright.
Very bright.
Sure. As someone who has, with an aunt from Toledo, I can tell you RFK gained Trump 100%. Yeah, the moms who have healing crystals is, I have one too.
You have a healing crystal?
Analysis.
I have a mom who voted for Trump for that reason.
Because to explain what schizoanalysis is, and that's a word you hear a lot. I've heard people just use that, just tossing it out. It's a good word to use, schizoanalysis. Some people use it just to mean a crazy way of looking at something, or just a heterodox way.
Ironically, schizoanalysis is more clearly defined in this text.
Yeah.
Than a good chunk of really what you're going to find in all 200 plus pages of this work. And I mean, and it's really funny because, well, not funny, but I mean, it's just an interesting observation to me that they'll take. Again, when sort of like the left.
Manuel says, so a bright person has a raw mental ability and a smart person has the ability to change. A smart person has the internal mental structures to actually utilize and exert mental force. This is how I see the term. So when we say a child is smart, they're developing those structures that they need to work with logic, science, puzzles, video games. But bright is the sort of, there's an odd thing there. It's almost a curiosity mixed with things. It's like an edge. And again, these are not exact terms. I'm not big on such things, but I do delineate the difference. Someone who to say, you ever play Guitar Hero? I played the shit out of Guitar Hero.
Long time
I fucking
ago.
really loved Guitar Hero. I was the third person in the world to play it when they debuted it at E3, because no one went down to Kentia Hall. It's a long. If you don't know Kentia Hall, it's a sad thing that E3's gone, because Kentia Hall was like the best part of E3. And you go down and you play, and I bought it. I love the game. I love Guitar Hero 2, Guitar Hero 3. I played all of them. Guitar Hero Aerosmith. And then they start having competitions. Now, here's the kind of two ways that this game has skill. A player has skill in the game. I can, on site, or I could, play every song on expert without missing a note perfectly on site without ever having played it before.
Yeah.
That's not what the competitions were. Instead, they'd let everyone know the 5 songs they'd be doing, and everyone went, and it was not about playing them perfectly, because everyone could play them perfectly. They'd play them a million fucking times. So it wasn't really about developing the skill or the coordination or the response. Instead, it was about who could literally memorize and do it over and over. Now, all these people are very smart. They could do that. I have trouble saying that they're bright, because they couldn't adjust. They can't play a song on site almost at all. They have to work up to it. 2 types of skill. That's how I tend to delineate it.
It's a very, very long way of saying, yeah, just so you guys know, I'm smarter than an entire Guitar Hero competition.
Accurate. Yeah. It's
Donkey
it's a
Kong
feather in my cap. It's a feather in my cap. Donkey Konga is fine. Taiko Drums is the best. Taiko Drums, best of those. DJ Hero, Rock Band, all of those were phenomenal.
Played Rock Band, didn't play a DJ Hero.
It's all of it. Harmonix, man, they were fucking masters of this shit. They were just the best.
That big drum setup that Rock Band had was epic, though.
Incredible. It was incredible. As a drummer, it was like my favorite thing, because you could just play, and it at some point you could actually delve into the real drums of it, and it became like a practice set, because you could just put on headphones. It was incredible.
I liked Donkey Kong. You hit the left one, you hit the right one, you blow in the middle.
The GeoGuessr pros bright. Yes. This would be, they learn and they're able to adjust, but it's not, oh yes, I've seen this picture before because I've done it a million times and I remember the structures. There's a difference. There's a difference. The brain's able to, it works differently. Everyone's got their own thing on it, but that tends to be where I delineate. It's why it's a big separation, especially in games. Speedrunning is fascinating as a thing for me, because when you start talking about like people who do nothing but the same thing over and over, and it's practice and it's dedication, and they've learned and they've developed and they've memorized every little thing and they know all the stuff about the game, that's great. And then there's the guy who can pick up like Mega Man 3 the first time and without dying play the entire thing. That impresses the fuck out of me more.
Left and the right will take a different approach, and they'll just run in a completely different direction with the same concept. Well, I mean, we do this with postmodernism. That's why we're also covering this text. But, you know, for instance, Deleuze and Guattari, they cite Nietzsche quite a bit. And, you know, they take it in a way where they're like, well, what if we took, you know, Nietzsche's concept even further and identify the, you know, the slave morality and the talk about power and where we like want to be in terms.
Yeah, they only know Nietzsche through the slave and master thing, which is not really
of our relationship to power, which they would just call fascism. But you know, when they talk about like savages, barbarians, civilized men, what do we mean by that? Well, they're referring, of course, to the discussion about you know, the Oedipal complex, guilt, and how that's been the structure of our society. So, for instance, Nietzsche writes this in Genealogy of Morals that, you know, he's about the development of infinite debt, in which, you know, the slaves have been freed, in which the slave can rule. You know, Deleuze and Guattari note in their notes here, it's just like, you know, historians of religions and psychoanalysts are very familiar with the problem of the masculinization of the imperial triad in terms of the father-son relationship being brought into it. Nietzsche sees this as a problem and as an essential moment in the development of the infinite debt. Quoting from the Genealogy of Morals, that stroke of genius on the part of Christianity, God himself sacrifices himself for the guilt of mankind. God himself makes payment to himself. God is the only being who can redeem man from what has become unredeemable for man himself. The creditor sacrifices himself for his debtor. Out of love. Can one credit that? Out of love for his debtor. That's the.
By the way, if you want to give the page number,
that would be page 217. And it's just a small little footnote, but this is the point in which they're saying basically psychoanalysis doesn't go far enough. Which again, the repeating of it's.
That's the point they're doing it, all the way at the end of chapter 3. Not chapter 2, where they spend the entire time saying psychoanalysis is garbage and doesn't go far enough. Chapter 3, at the end, is where they finally make that point. Fucking just, great reading. Good job, you fucking moron.
I'm still baffled. There's
Super
no
nerd,
way in hell
Deleuze
they
is
read to
literal
this
nonsense, pseudo-profound word salad. I mean, you're fucking stupid. Well, if you're trolling, that's fine, but I don't give a fuck about you. Eat shit, get out of here.
Oh, don't ban them. We like those people.
I don't. Useless bags of
Oh,
garbage.
I can't even click on his profile now. I can't see where he is.
Don't care. You tolerate trolls. You have a different thing than me, my friend.
No. You don't tolerate trolls. You know that. Remember that part at the beginning of June? Okay, animal caught in a trap. You stay there till the hunter comes back. You use the trolls to find them, right?
Don't care.
No. Okay.
No. Deleuze is nonsense. So yeah, I don't care. You obviously have nothing to contribute. So whatever. Big Aaron asked, do you buy into research that says people over 25 are worse at FPSs, or do you think adults are worse at these things for other reasons? Other reasons? I mean, I do think that they are worse. People get worse with things as they age, but I don't necessarily look at it as being a direct responsive. Studies have shown, and it's more in line, again, I read things through the lens of Anti-Oedipus and the idea of the syntheses, but when people do things, it's a sort of an oscillation between the sensory stimuli and then the emotional affective response being visited. And this kind of oscillates between the two. And it's that speed with which you can do that happens when you're younger because there's less shit in your emotional response.
I think, and maybe something else too is like people over 25 are working. They're not playing as much.
Even people who like Fatality and others who are like pros, they step away because they're better strategically. It's why they move into like coaching roles. Famously, Evil Geniuses had their main big sort of star in Dota, moved into a coaching role because at some point, I have kids, I have life, I have things I'm reading, I have a whole bunch of other shit, work. All of these things are in your brain. They're just part of the thing. There's more shit to be distracted by, more shit to pop in, a noise that means different things. When you're 17, you have nothing. You're a big empty-headed fuck, and you know it. I was too. We all were. You don't have a lot going on, and so you are able to be more responsive. That's how I've always looked at it. I've known people who, and you can see this with what they used to call savants, people who have unique, weird abilities. This shit continues all their lives. They don't have the ability to hold on to stuff in the same way others do, and they kind of lament it, and it's a problem for them. But mental non-normativity is a real thing. It plays into this for sure.
Yeah.
But this time you're looking distinctly at Western religiosity.
No, and I think, I didn't even really latch on to the whole European civilization part of this the first time reading it, but you
didn't read it a second time, so
it's just sort of like a little clue as to where they're going with this. Now, what's interesting is that when I was compiling the notes for this, and maybe you're the same, I had to create sort of a flow of ideas that were jumping around the entire book. So in explaining schizoanalysis, I got notes it starts with a note from page 162 and then goes back to page 30 and then to page 46, just to like explain this in any coherent manner, because it really does jump around a lot. So I was just going to read a part here.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's see. Let's go back to page 30 here.
What?
We've already talked previously about the difference between, a literate society and an oral society, and when they go back in time or cast themselves back in time, the different sorts of flows you would get in an ancient civilization. So there was a part I was going to read. We don't need to go into that, so I'll just read this. It says, "The schizophrenic is the universal producer. There is no need to distinguish between producing and its product. We need merely note that the pure thisness of the object produced is carried over into a new act of producing. This rule of continually producing production, of grafting producing."
Okay. He went back to page 7.
I don't. Are they just using like a weird PDF or something?
No.
They must be, because there's the introduction, so this might be page 30 following the introduction.
This is page 7 of the book. The proper book.
Yeah, of the proper book, but I think he meant page 30 of the PDF.
Page 30 of the PDF, yes.
Yes. Okay.
But he's at page 7. So he just jumped into the end of chapter 3 after reading from chapter 4, before that in chapter 2, and now he's talking about the universal producer, and he's relating it. He's going to relate it because he was just talking about it, to like production in the Marxist sense, this is about desiring production. This is the first section. You stupid fucking weirdos. Stop doing this. God.
I don't think they've read past this, so they have to go back to this.
Onto the product.
Because here's what's happening. One of these guys read this really badly at 19 because he had a lot of time on his hands and he wanted to look smart in a debate. Okay, and the other one is trying to keep up with this guy who's jumping over the book because he has old notes that make no sense from like 10 years ago. And he's
somehow
just like, okay, and this reminds me of,
yeah.
and this reminds me of this thing I read in the first 5 pages of the book, because this is how far he's gotten. It's like Mad Libs.
This paragraph is beautiful, by the way. It is almost poetry.
I think it was kind of my main complaint, is that it was poetry.
It's almost poetry. They are not meaning things in allegory or metaphor at all. It is. It, is
It can
literal.
still be poetry without being that. But yeah,
Correct.
fair enough.
But it's important to say. They're talking about how the reality of production, the universal producer, is the schizophrenic. What they mean is that production is necessarily opposed to repression. The creation, the connective act of creation, of putting things together, isn't about even being attracted to whole bodies. It's an important designation they're going to make when they talk about this. Instead, that desire uses whatever the fuck's around, all the pieces it can. Bricolage, which is the term that's not what they use in French. It's a complex term. It means
is that not the term? Because he's referencing Claude Lévi-Strauss here, so it would be bricolage, yeah? Bricolage?
Yeah, but do you know what bricolage means? Like, I know they put a footnote on it.
Well, yeah, but this
is where they fuck it up. It's not a handyman.
No. Well, okay, here's the thing. The tinkerer, the bricklayer, amateur hand, that's a mistake. Amateur handyman. That's wrong. The point that Levi's I keep want to say Lévi-Strauss because the fucking Google Translate saying Lévi-Strauss. The point Lévi-Strauss is making is that well, not the point he's making. The bricklayer is someone whose craft is assembling things out of a limited range of stuff that is not made to order in a capitalist system where all you have
Tinkerer.
to do... Tinkerer be good? Yeah?
Tinkerer is the word that they prefer. It's what bricolage, bricklayer tends to mean someone who tinkers about. You have a bunch of shit on your desk and you're tinkering with things.
At least we tink.
No, that's like the intention is like there's someone who's like, oh, what does this do? What do these things go together? How about this? Tinkerer. And that, as they say, the way that the handyman works, as they say handyman, the tinkerer is using whatever's around. So does the child. So does desire. So does the schizophrenic. The painting of Lindner, Boy with Machine, is this fat little boy working one of his design machines, having hooked up to the technical social machine. It's kids, my son, and you'll see kids do this all the time. My son does this. My daughter will do this, no doubt. He'll say, I made a fall down machine. And it's like, what the fuck's that? And it's like, he goes in, it's like, he's got like pillows in a specific configuration with like a little statue and some toys, and he falls into it because it's a fall down machine.
Yeah.
The fuck does that? That's not a fall down machine to me as an adult. Yeah. No, a fall down machine is a machine that makes you fall down. But what he's doing is whatever's around. He's just slamming shit together and trying things, making.
But machines. not just whatever is around. Exclusively whatever is around. There isn't a concept of this is the appropriate thing for this task, this is the appropriate thing for this task. It's literally the things that are around that serve a function with no regard to their quote unquote socially intended function or something like that.
There are artists who play with this. They bring up a handful, and there's like some very famous sculptures that are bricolage. It's a very specific French term used in this. God damn it! Oh, my brain! It's a broken window pane with a wheel on it. Oh God, who's the artist? Doesn't matter. But literally, it was like putting stuff around, from around, not because it's around, but trying to see how things might go together that makes it interesting. Tinkerer. That's the point. The schizophrenic is the universal producer. Tinkering is what produces.
Is it Simon Berger?
I don't know.
I'm just looking up artists who does broken window panes. Simon Berger apparently is a Swiss guy who breaks windows with a hammer.
No, there's a French thing. I did show my nails, by the way, pass a hook. I mean Jimbo.
Still just Simon Berger. Okay. Oh, wait. Wait, what's this? Richard Hamilton's Through the Looking Glass? Or Through the Large Glass?
I don't know.
Marcel Duchamp.
Marcel Duchamp. Thank you.
There you go. Okay, sorry, he was riffing on it.
It's I was like, it's that famous French fucking asshole. It's like in my brain. Duchamp.
Famous French asshole Richard Hamilton. Sorry, go on.
Duchamp, who does this shit for sure. Here, I'll
stick up desire.
Nope, I'm not talking to you. He did the famous fountain, the urinal and all that. But the bride stripped bare is the one I'm talking about.
That doesn't look anything like a bear.
The bride stripped bare by her bachelors is the piece.
Why'd the bride strip the bear? I'm going to stop now.
Most often called The Large Glass, is an artwork by Duchamp, over 9 feet tall, 6 feet wide. Worked on the piece from 1915 to 1923 in New York. There's a great story, by the way, where he delivered it and he went, wait, one moment, 1 second. Do they have the story in here? They've got to have the story in here.
By the way, in case you're under the illusion that you're sharing this.
The composition's most dominating feature is the series of spiderweb cracks running diagonally from the top right to bottom left of bride's domain, and an almost figure 8 from the top left to the bottom right of bachelor's domain, forming flowery, flowing designs. Neither cracks nor paint disrupt the right, central pane, which is devoid of decoration, and around which the action of the art plays out. These occurred when the piece was being moved from its first exhibition, and after effecting the repair, Duchamp decided he admired the cracks, an element of chance that enhanced what he had done intentionally, following the flow and energy of the work's composition.
Like the messages, the medium is the massage book.
Something like that. But yeah, this is the idea. Is this thing. And so what this is bricolage. This is bricolure. This is
the cracks. The cracks do improve it.
Fuck, they make it amazing. Like they do, and it's
it kind of sucks without the cracks. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, the story is incredible because apparently, he was like, "Huh, leave it." Like, it was like they had broken this priceless piece of fucking art that there's. I love that story. I love that story. I gotta say, I've been doing an Anti-Oedipus review stream on Deleuze, and I haven't dropped below 50 viewers concurrent.
That's
pretty
insane. That bodes very poorly for the mental health of your audience.
Same 50 people, sadly. I have 51 views.
More disturbingly, you saw 2 hours of this last night, and you thought, boy, I need 6 more.
Yeah. I'm actually probably going to be done here in 2 minutes, and I'm
also probably going to be done here in 2 minutes. I'm glad you said that. Give them 2 minutes to say something dumb.
All right.
Desiring machines.
I was going to go play the Continental again, because every time they say Continental philosophy, I was going to play the Christopher Walken Silent Life sketch. It's like me and one other Zennial recognize it. No one else cares, but still, it's funny.
Or primary production. The production of production itself. And he mentions Judge Schreiber, which we talked about before. This is, for people to catch the first one, the case of a judge who wrote...
Wait.
It's the judge with the butthole.
He doesn't mention Judge Schreiber here.
Did he say he was going to a different page? Maybe?
No. She doesn't mention Schreiber here. There's fucking people, man.
Between producing and his product.
Okay, hang on. He does mention anus at the end, so obviously an allusion to Judge Schreiber at the very bottom of the page. Never being born, escaping the wheel of continual birth and rebirth.
That's the next paragraph.
No anus to shit through. That's the same page, though. So
but that anus has nothing to do with Schreiber.
I mean, this anus has everything to do with Schreiber, clearly. He keeps bringing it up.
That this is... the nature of identity to have no productive elements. That's what they're talking about there. Has no mouth to suck or...
This of the object produced is carried over into a new act of producing. This rule of continually producing production, of grafting producing onto the product, is a characteristic of desiring machines or primary production, the production of production itself. And he mentions Judge Schreiber, which we talked about before. This is, for people to catch the first one, the case of a judge who wrote...
No, I figured it out. Hang on. Wait.
Schizophrenic.
No. I figured it out. he thinks in the next sentence he talks about Richard Lindner's Boy with Machine, and I think he thinks that the picture at the front of the Penguin edition is Judge Schraber. Judge Schraber is the boy with the machine.
No. No, 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 no. No one's that stupid. Maybe he is, actually. Maybe he is. Maybe he is that stupid.
Let's see.
Used as a primary source for a lot of Freud's work, and is also held very highly by Deleuze and Guattari.
That's not
Judge
true.
Schraber lived for a long time without a stomach, without intestines, almost without lungs.
Okay, so he's just reading a different page.
Okay, wait.
He just is reading a different page. And they mention Judge Schraber
I mean,
elsewhere.
it's the next page. He skipped an entire paragraph. It's the end of the first section.
Yep.
What the fuck, man?
I don't
Torn
know.
esophagus, without a bladder, with shattered ribs. He used to sometimes swallow part of his larynx with his food, etc. The body without organs is non-productive. Nonetheless, it is produced at a certain place at a certain time in a connective synthesis as the identity producing the product. So when we talk about schizoanalysis and schizophrenia, I think it's important to start by saying this is literally schizophrenia. It's not just a term they're borrowing to mean something else. They look at the schizophrenic, the same schizophrenic you're probably thinking of.
No.
Here's a hint. When was this written? This was written in
1971, published in 72.
Okay. People in the 1970s and the 1960s, which is when this would have been being written, presumably. How long did it take them to put this together? Actually, I'm actually curious about how long did it take them to write this?
Year and a half, 2 years, apparently.
Okay. Late 60s. People in late 60s now have the same conception of schizophrenia as people in 2024. Good God. Wow.
So the nature of the diagnostic statistical manual, DSM, is that what it stands for? This is what it stands for. Sorry, it's late. Like DSM didn't really exist until like 1975 as a thing.
Yeah.
So these terms were not
I had to Google it. You're right, by the way.
good. These terms were not coded. They weren't written down anywhere like this. The DSM didn't show up until years after this book. So no, let alone the DSM 2, 3, 4, and I think we're on 5 now. First DSM, by the way, homosexuality, schizophrenic. A lot of things were. Schizophrenia was a non-normative category inside of the clinical studies. It was the core diagnostic criteria beginning. It was a giant umbrella. So, these people are just wrong.
As the perfected way to counteract Oedipus.
No, that's not
Wait,
perfected
hang
way
on.
to counter. You fucking moron.
Wait, okay, slow down. Did
I'm
you
just
say
evolving into rage now.
we need to become Judge Schreber, who is described as swallowing parts of his throat in order to counteract what the
No, the paragraph he just read, again, he doesn't understand any of this. Speaking through Judge Schreber, they're being very particular. Judge Schreber, in his neuroses and his mental condition, his non-normative position, schizophrenia, autism, whatever you want to call it, doesn't really matter. He was fucked up. And the way he was fucked up is he had lots of visions about not having a throat, a stomach, ribs. He had shattered ribs. He had soldiers and spirits on his chest, all these things. But the things he's missing were really huge. Yes. And the missing thing, they want to make a very particular point on. Boy, how as he existed, and he did exist, he was aware he was eating, but he had no stomach. Yep. That's weird. How did he do that? Without intestines, without lungs, with torn esophagus, without bladder, with shrouded ribs. He would sometimes swallow part of his own larynx with his food.
Yeah, but they're reading this literally. They think that Judge Schreber lived without a stomach.
Oh.
I think they're reading this. I think they're reading this literally. I think they're reading this as like, wow, medical science just isn't what it used to be, is it?
Jesus fucking Christ.
This poor man was living without a stomach, and we did nothing. And then these sickos, Deleuze and Guattari, come along and say, no, we should all live without stomachs.
Connective synthesis as the identity producing the product. So when we talk about schizoanalysis and schizophrenia, I think it's important to start by saying this is literally schizophrenia. It's not just a term they're borrowing to mean something else. They look at the schizophrenic, the same schizophrenic you're probably thinking of, as the perfected way to counteract Oedipus. So, and I guess we could just start by discussing this. To me, the way they describe the schizophrenic, they described it just there as a sort of thisness, a nowness, living in the moment. There's just living completely unseparated from the world. You're open to all information.
No.
God, schizophrenic
You are
sounds so
decoding
fucking cool.
information and internalizing, but you're not even memorizing. You're not taking information.
You're decoding information, but you're not even memorizing.
Superstructure yourself. Everything we would
wait a
say.
minute. Wait. Slow down.
Schizophrenic.
Slow down.
At odds with society.
Wait. Pause. When we just learned something. When they hear decoding, they think like how you decode like a cereal box.
No. They think that. They think that ultimately, at the end of it, drink your Ovaltine.
No, but yeah, exactly. They think that capitalism finds the secret message hidden in the orphan Annie. Well, was he got? It was like a radio show, I guess. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah, they're really dumb.
Makes them the perfect vehicle for this sort of model, this sort of project of theirs. And that is what we should endeavor to be.
Finish what you're going to say about the judge eating and not having a stomach. Judge Schreber was able to exist. He was able to continue to live. He lived for a long time despite having none of these things. How is it that he was able to, in his experience of things?
Well, we know why.
No, let me finish. I'm doing an explanation.
Okay.
How is he able to exist and continue to live? In his mind, how did he understand this? And how did it work rationally for him? How did he see things where he didn't have any of these organs? How he would even choke to death on his own larynx, yet he still existed. It's because it doesn't matter when things break in our understanding of them or in desiring machines. None of this matters. In fact, they work best when they break. When they break, new shit can happen. New things are able to be done. New metas can show up. And that's the BWO. That's the setup they're talking about here. The body without organs is not proof of an original nothingness, nor is it what remains of a lost totality. It is not a projection. It has nothing to do with the body itself or with an image of the body. It is the body without an image. This imageless, organless body, non-productive, exists right where it is produced, as I discussed before. Sorry, thank you. Sunday, please.
Well, I mean, you might think so if you're a stupid leftist, but actually, the reason why he was able to survive. I was, yeah. So it was wise to shut me up. But the reason why Judge Schreber was able to live without a stomach or a larynx or whatever, intestines, because he was able to decode reality. He could see the matrix code underneath. It's like that part in the Matrix where he's like, I'll be able to shit without an intestine. When you're ready, you won't have to. I don't know.
When you're ready, you will be able to shit out your mouth.
Become. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and on top of that, it's also this understanding that when one is in a world of, let me word this correctly. We have to understand where these causes of control come from, these systems of control. And in fact, we not only have to look and go down this path, but we also have to understand that these forms of behavior and this encoding gives us the causal grounding for fascism, this lacking that we want to produce to make up the whole for, whether that be in religion, whether that be in capitalism.
God
and
damn.
instead,
lacking that we want to
from
produce. The lacking that we want to produce.
All right.
He actually has a specific line where he specifically talks about how lack is like, in a social sense, it is the product of action by an oppressive class in particular that organizes things so that your desire is oriented around things that you do not have or cannot have.
It's really awful. This is really awful.
Like, it's early on in the book too. I know, because I'm early on in the book. It's like you had to make it 20 pages, guys. You had to make it 20 pages and just like read it and not assume that if a sentence doesn't make sense to you, it's because you were smarter than Deleuze and Guattari, who read libraries of stuff and referenced it correctly. For the most part, apparently it's Hegel's sometimes a little bit dodgy, but that's something else. He also didn't like Hegel, so that's.
This is it for me. That's it. I got to tap because they go for another fucking hour and a half, and I won't be able to. I think I'll lose my shit tonight.
All right.
I appreciate you joining Sunday, though. Thank you for joining.
No worries. You're gonna do this for 5 hours tomorrow as well.
I'm gonna definitely do it tomorrow. Whether or not it's 5 more hours,
you're going to continue with Prudentialist in particular? Or are you going to move on?
I'm going to finish this one tomorrow, and then I'll probably have some fun and maybe game a little bit and relax. And then
trooper. I mean, that's very optimistic considering there is.
I could game. I could game after this if it wasn't 2 a.m. and I didn't have like 3.
I'm just saying it's very optimistic considering it took you 4.5 hours to get through an hour and 13 minutes of this, and there's an hour and I can't count right now minutes left.
Jared, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Very kind of you. Cal was even gifted a membership. Cal, you didn't have a membership already? Terrible.
Cal, I thought you worked for me. What is this?
Yeah, Cal works for me too. I even got Pippa to be a mod. With that, I'm actually going to send you over to Kid Not Kin, and tomorrow night we'll continue this, and it'll be just as bad.
Oh boy.
Have a lovely evening.
Have a good night.
Enjoy.
I think that